single-game record.
It doesn't get any easier. Each week you ask me. So I would throw the whole performance away for a win.
On a second down, Gabriel play fake, stands in the end zone and then throws it away. That might be grounding. Who's over there? No one's over there.
He's always the same person. I love that, especially as a young guy. To come in with that kind of mentality, it's something special. I love him. I think that he's a great quarterback.
And they lose big, 32-13.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back, and so is the Factory of Sadness. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, we are Afternoon Drive, and the Cleveland Browns have got some splaining to do today. That open, courtesy of the University Hospital Browns Radio Network, and Jake Murren not on the board. Yes. Of course, Jake, locking it down on YouTube. You guys can watch the show all show long from 2 to 7 there, doing some producing for us. We also have Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. That was more of a question. We just gave a lot to Jake in the first one. And we've got Big Weege Jake Volnick on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Not great. Not great at all. Elise always asks me, she's like, why do you eat so much during these Browns games? And I'm like, I think I eat when I'm sad, and that's all that happens.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I just can't stop eating during these games because it just makes me sad every week.
That felt like a game. Okay, if we judge like how you feeling based off what you eat, that felt like a game, or how the Browns make you feel, rather. That felt like a game the Browns could have caused any of us to go morbidly obese, while any of you who aren't already morbidly obese, I'm already there. It's just going to make me slightly more fat.
Well, I must have gained 10 pounds yesterday, Nick. It was just an awful display of football. It's an awful display of quarterbacking. It was an awful display of head coaching. It was just awful all the way around.
See, I like your tact on this a little bit better. Everyone's lining up to say worst ever. Worst offense I've ever seen. Worst quarterback I've ever seen. I'm like, I've seen worse. I have. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't stop it from being awful. Right? Like, what's crazy about this is there were times where I expected you to be the worst I've ever seen. The fact that anything is in the running at this moment, when that wasn't the expectation, and it certainly wasn't the goal, that's what's befuddling today.
It's awful. And I feel like it's... Who's got interesting takes today or something different today? Like, we'll have some throughout the show, but for the most part, it is everyone's resigned to the idea that Stefanski isn't it. Dylan Gabriel should never play quarterback again in the NFL. Yes, if you're hip to the show, congratulations. We've all been, me and you have been talking about this for how long now?
I believe since the draft.
So, congratulations to us, but for me, it feels like we're doing old hat because we've had these conversations, but now we watched everyone slowly but surely get on board with the sentiment of exactly what we've been talking about for so long, and it's like, okay, at least we're now at a spot where nobody can defend Stefanski, nobody can defend Dylan Gabriel, and we all just collectively sit in a pile of suck.
Listen, I was asked today, are you going to go next level? Are you going to lose your damn mind? And it's a fair question, and the answer is, I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know. You never really know until you're in it.
Yeah, because on one hand, I could go, well, I didn't really think this quarterback plan was going to work out in the first place.
Yeah.
So here we are. On one hand, I can say, well, I thought you were going to be 3 or 4 wins into this season, and that was going to be it. So here we are. On the other hand, it has looked so much worse. What did I always say? What did I say I wanted this year? If you got to be 4-13.
You want it competitive.
I want it to be competitive. And now 4 of the 8 games, you've gotten blown out. And here's the thing. I can deal with getting blown out. When we thought the Ravens were going to be on a championship track, that is since diverted, by the way. It's been diverted to other pastures, right? I could deal with getting blown out by Detroit. And what a juggernaut of a team that is. I mean this in no disrespect. Patriots are a good team. They're not a great team. And they might as well have been the 1985 Chicago Bears with the way they waxed your ass. That's different than what anybody signed up for, including the chuckleheads in Berea.
Drake May is better than Jim McMahon. I said it there.
Okay. All right, you're going to have to live with that take.
Yeah. Here's what does make me mad, though, as everyone has now resigned themselves to the idea that Dillon Gabriel does, in fact, suck. When we were at training camp, and we remember that Bernie Kosar interview we did, where I just kept looking up, and balls just kept hitting the ground. I was getting distracted talking to a legend right next to me, because I watched him not complete any passes and consistently suck. And you know what makes me mad is they tried brainwashing us into being and telling us that our eyes were deceiving us, and they're seeing something that we just possibly can't be seeing, and it's just not true. When you stink in training camp, you got real problems on your hand. And the fact that they tried, in many ways, they tried telling us that what we were seeing wasn't accurate, it wasn't right, and they tried telling us that Shedeur wasn't anywhere close to Dillon Gabriel. My ass. Like, there's no way that Shedeur was nowhere close to Dillon Gabriel, but they just believed it in their heart of hearts, and they were just so wrong.
That's what's so frustrating, is you can be wrong. You can. All right, we've watched bad football before. I'm going to assume we're going to watch bad football again. I'm going to say,
got a lot of it ahead of us, Nick.
I'm going to say,
it's going to be a season of a lot of it.
I'm going to watch more. But to be so defiantly and arrogant about the way you do things, as if you are, and I hate to do this because I'm certainly pigeonholing them a little bit as Ivy Leaguers, but the why are you asking us these question mentality on drafting a sawed-off quarterback who, guys, he throws 72 miles an hour. And he has to do that because that's the only way it's getting 15 yards.
We talk quarterback for 4 months straight. How many times did Dillon Gabriel get brought up in any sort of drafting discussions at all? If it was brought up in the slightest bit, it was by somebody that was really, really into it, telling us that he's a 6th or 7th rounder. Nobody believed he was a 3rd round pick.
Even they started to shape their narrative as, well, we think he's a career backup. That's not what you do with 3rd round picks.
Especially when you have a lot of holes in the team.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, for everything about yesterday that really upset me, right? For being embarrassed again to be a Browns fan, for a team that was in it and then Vrabel and his guys figured something out and the Browns couldn't figure anything out to counter that. I understand some of what happened yesterday. But to watch the team get waxed, to watch Dillon Gabriel not just now leave plays in the field, but also give points away to the other team. It was bad enough. Oh, the safety. Thank you for reminding me. The safety. The supercomputer apparently didn't think to, hey, I'm here. I can't just go ahead and intentional ground in the freaking end zone.
The look on his face when that ball hit the ground.
By the way,
stuff a legend.
If supercomputers ran like Dillon Gabriel, we'd have no fear of AI taking over.
That's right. That's a good point.
We'd be like, this AI is the most defeatable thing in the world.
We'd be like, AI couldn't even get our lunch right if that was the supercomputer.
Just throw a 5-man rush at it, and it's going to melt down every single time.
I think that's what happened. The supercomputer, it melted down in that moment, and his brain just stopped working.
Yes.
And he made what might be one of the dumbest football plays I've ever seen.
He had to reboot, and it just didn't reboot in enough time.
Yeah,
but
we've all been there.
All of that was bad enough. Usually when I'm drinking. All of that was bad enough. But then, for Kevin Stefanski, the first thing he said was, everything's on the table. Until he then went to talk about Dillon Gabriel and Dillon's role going forward.
I just want to make the point that we just have to be better in every area, and we'll look at everything we do, including how we're putting these guys in position to succeed. Are we doing enough? When I say looking at every position, are we doing enough with the quarterback position? Do we need to do a better job? And I know the answer is yes.
All right. So he says that, and then he was asked if Dillon Gabriel was the starter.
When I say look at everything, there's just, when you lose like this, you have to look at everything, every position, everything I'm doing. There's just, it's frustrating for where we are as a team. So every position you have to look at. But let me say that with a young quarterback, you understand that there's going to be ups and downs.
All right. Then he went on to say Dillon's the starter.
Yeah, it was so when I was listening to it yesterday, I thought that, because you heard that first little bit to begin with, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
He's going to make the change. Like, all right, that was as bad as I saw it. He saw it that way too. His eyes have been they're clear. He's seeing everything crystallized. Like, okay, and then he just went down and backtracked all of it.
So here's the problem with that. You can't come out and say, we have to look at everything. And then, moments after, your hand-picked quarterback, the guy that you like, right, the guy that clearly you have an affection for or a belief in that you don't have in the other guy, you cannot, after he just bleeped the bed, you cannot say he's safe. You cannot, the two things contradict themselves. You cannot say, we have to look at everything, and Dylan's our quarterback. No, if you're looking at everything, you're looking starting with the quarterback. And I'm going to tell you exactly what happened, JP.
Yeah.
Kevin went into business for himself yesterday. What he did with that was he made it harder for the Browns to move away from Dillon Gabriel. That was a calculated move by Kevin Stefanski, who's incredibly smart, who understands exactly what he's doing. By saying, Dylan's our starter. After saying, we look at everything, this allows him to say, so now if the Browns do go to Shador this week, or next week, then the question is, well, what happened?
Well,
that opens up a can of worms that make Kevin Stefanski look bad, and Kevin Stefanski look good, and the Browns look bad.
Well, I don't know that Stefanski looks good in the end result of that, but ultimately it'll make it seem like the move came from Hasslam and not from Stefanski himself.
Yes.
Which at this point, I can't believe I'm saying it, but if that was how this goes down, Hasslam might be the smartest person in the room.
I don't know.
I've never said that in my life, but how do you possibly continue to throw Dillon Gabriel out there? Like, is Stefanski's brain cooked?
No, this is what it is. Kevin Stefanski would rather lose his way than win a different way.
Because it's dumb.
He'd rather lose with his quarterback than win with another quarterback.
But it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and there's a lot of ego attached to that, and there's a lot of pride attached to that he just needs to relinquish and let go, because at this point, Shador is the only saving grace he has. Dillon Gabriel stinks. That's his guy, and he stinks. Guess what? Stefanski, you're not Kyle Shanahan, okay? You're not winning with Garoppolo. You're not winning with Trey Lance. You're not winning with Brock Purdy. You're not winning with anyone you throw out there. You're not turning anyone into something, okay?
You're not winning.
You're not winning. You can't do this the way that other quarterback gurus can. It's not in your DNA. It's not who you are. You stink at this. You need a quarterback that is much better than what you can coach, and you need a quarterback that can put you on their shoulders and take you with you, and that's not Dillon Gabriel.
Kevin fired the opening salvo because he knew at that moment, the first thing he says is, we have to look at everything. And then he knew that this is going to be one of the big talking points in the organization. And Kevin has habitually acquiesced to many decisions. That much is fair. But this was him saying, we're looking at everything, but Dillon's the starter. That this was a negotiating ploy tactic in public. And if that doesn't tell you how bad things are about to get in Berea, I can't draw it out any more clearer. This goes all the way back to Joe Flacco getting traded and Kevin Stefanski trying very hard not to say this was an Andrew Berry decision and this was all on Andrew and that, yep, I wouldn't have done it. He tried very hard. This is a guy that I think is now understanding if he wants things his way, which he shouldn't. He should just want to win.
He should just want to win.
You should just want to win.
It's a bad hill to die on. Like, get yourself a proper burial. God, my goodness.
But I think he's dying on this hill because he didn't die on the 17 other hills, like the Deshaun stuff, like the Baker stuff, wherever he sat on that stuff, because he has been a patsy. And I think Kevin has finally resigned himself. If I'm going down with my ship. I'm going down on my accord, not yours. And by the way, just to agree with you, it's the dumbest damn hill to die on.
Doesn't make sense.
It just feels like it really feels like a completely unnecessary thing, because in the end, you're not winning versus Andrew Berry. You're not winning versus Hasslam. You're screwing over the locker room, which probably loses you the locker room quicker than anything else.
It doesn't make sense. If he's going to continue to go down this road, somebody has to wake him up. Somebody's got to get his attention here, because you're not winning with Dillon Gabriel. That much is clear.
Not only that, you're getting blown out. Like,
you got no plans in the future of winning with Dillon Gabriel is more like it. Like, I mean, there's nothing on the horizon there.
Like, I don't know how. Listen, this is recency bias because the Jets just win. You think that you can go ahead and actually say you have the quarterback advantage, Dillon Gabriel versus Justin Fields. And here's the thing, guys. This isn't even about Shador for me. It's just watch the kid. He is Timu Tua. He cannot throw. Like, watch him throw something. It's so funny because the MPH thing came up. Oh, well, he throws really fast. And then watch him throw beyond 15 yards.
And that ball to Isaiah Bond still might be trying to get to Isaiah Bond.
And by the way, I think I just caught the damn ball. That's how long it was sailing. This is clearly devolving into a mess. And this is what upsets me about it, is it didn't have to look like this. I felt they were going to be 2-6 at this point, and I honestly, if you had told me 2-6 through the first 8 weeks, I might have said, "Oh, that actually sounds relatively rosy for the plan that they're cooking together." But you have a non-functional offense 8 weeks into the season. That is incalculably bad.
Yeah, I know, it's broke, and this is why I'm worried that Stefanski... I don't even know that Stefanski's idea of an offense even makes sense at this point, and I don't know how you would sell this to anybody else for even future jobs. He's killing his... I don't know if he understands this or not. By staying with Dillon Gabriel, he is killing any chances he has of having a reputation after this is all done.
216-474-0092. Why did Kevin Stefanski say Dillon was safe? The only thing I can think was he went into business with himself. He staked his claim with Dillon, making it harder for the Browns to go elsewhere at quarterback because he doesn't want to play that card. For whatever reason, he doesn't want to play that card. Daryl Ryder comes up at 3:20 with us. He's going to say, I told you so about Dillon Gabriel, even though 90% of Cleveland told you so about Dillon Gabriel. Quick hits coming up at 3:40. We've got Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst. We'll talk to him about Myles Garrett's gigantic day, which you want to talk about the cherry on top of the crap Sunday for Browns fans, watching an all-time dominant Myles Garrett performance in a game you got waxed by 3 scores. Let's give it up for thought partners. You guys really figured it the hell out. I mean, you have a singularly great defensive player give you a singularly great defensive performance, and you lost by 3 scores. I am indebted to your intelligence. Just tell me where to sign my name away for that swampland in Florida. You absolute geniuses. Why did Kevin Stefanski say Dillon Gabriel was safe? At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. And speaking of Shedeur Sanders, we haven't talked about him yet, you're going to hear Kevin Stefanski's galaxy-brained answer on whether the Browns will be looking at Shedeur going forward in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah, Mike. Available at the Home Depot.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. Dillon Gabriel, bad at football. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. That's very fair to say. My eyes were bleeding yesterday, and he stinks. We can't sugarcoat it. He stinks at football.
I think it's interesting, and just the conversations in general about Dillon coming off the Miami game, and my frustration with those conversations to then come out to this game where it's the difference of turnover-worthy plays versus blatant turnovers. And I think the other big thing for people was we watched him try to throw the ball down the field, and he just doesn't have touch, which is supposed to be the thing the supercomputer has.
He's got none of it. And listen, I'll still defend what happened in the Miami game. I just don't think that's an awful game when you go 13 of 18. I don't. But if I have 3 other games where I think you were just kind of whatever, or even on the other side of it, whatever or awful, it's just we've seen enough at this point. I don't need a million games to diagnose what I need to see. But yesterday was the perfect setup, and this is what made me so angry and what really tipped me over the edge here. Although for 7 months I said I don't think he's a good football player, is the idea that you have a pretty bad Patriots pass defense. Mm-hmm. It is a Chamber of Commerce type day. It is 55 degrees. There was less than 10 miles per hour of wind. It is a perfect setup to have an awesome day from a quarterback standpoint. You could not have been gifted a better setup outside of playing the Bengals defense. You can't play a better situation, and he looked unplayable. So there's no he'll get him next week. That's not going to happen. When you look that bad against that defense, it's never going to happen.
Listen, I just never bought into the guy, so I'm like the wrong guy to defend him. The only defense you actually have of Dillon Gabriel is time, right? With more time, if his brain slows down, maybe he gets better at that. I think you have to worry about that kind of loss. Like, when you've got 4 blowouts in 8 weeks, you have to really think, okay, how do we keep this thing on the track? Because every blowout feels like you are 5% more off track. Like, again, I took Kevin Stefanski, and people deduce that in the thing, Kevin doesn't come out and say Dillon Gabriel's still the starter. The question was, is Dillon still the starter? And then Kevin says, we got to do everything better, and yes. So that yes was to the original question, is Dillon Gabriel still the starter?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
If you're Kevin Stefanski, how can you save face and throw Dillon out there unless you're using this as a negotiating ploy to get something in return? Which, again, that is so cynical. It would piss me off more if my read on this is 100% true, but I think that's where we are with the Browns.
What does he want in return?
Maybe a guarantee if we go to Shador, I'm safe, something like that.
But do you see how just backwards that is as far as a negotiating ploy? When Shador seems like the only thing that could save his job to begin with anyway.
I don't think he thinks Shador's going to save his job.
Okay, and he might not think that way, but it feels dumb to look at Dillon Gabriel and think something's going to happen differently with him. I guess I'm trying to figure out what exactly his big play is, because if you're gonna try to basically what you're doing is you're holding some sort of a threatening card against Barry and Hasslam to be in what you're suggesting here, that if you don't play, I'll play Gabriel, basically to spite you in many ways?
No, I'll play Gabriel because it's my call and I believe in Gabriel more than Shador, and if you want me to play the other guy, you have to incentivize me.
Yeah, but if the incentive to be incentivized by the idea that then you'd keep your job after that, if you're already pulling off moves that are in the base and the heart of it is almost just a pure threat. It feels like you're already headed for divorce anyway.
Yeah, I think that's where we are though. I think we're in the very treacherous waters of.
But you see how cold and almost unredeemable that is. It's like if I was in a marriage and I had to use basically threats to get what I wanted in the marriage, that marriage is already cooked.
Yeah, I think this has been going on for a while. I think the tension's been simmering with Barry and Stefanski. And again, it's professional tension. They can like each other as much as they can thought partner as much as they like. At some point, Barry's thoughts went to the future. Well, Stefanski still got to coach through a season. And so I think this also ties into the idea that we've said a million times. This is, at some point, it's just accepted as common knowledge. Kevin would rather lose his way than win anyway. I think the same thing applies to these quarterbacks. And don't just take my word for it. Today, Kevin was asked about Shedeur, and he was asked about Shedeur's injury and the idea of playing Shedeur going forward.
Put him through a pregame warm-up, and obviously just didn't feel like he was ready to play. He's getting better every day, and I'm hopeful that he'll continue to improve.
Why wouldn't you, just to see if it does anything to the offense, give him an opportunity to go in there and play?
Yeah, obviously my focus is where we are right now, Mary Kay. That's not my focus.
Okay. Obviously,
that answer made no sense to me.
That made no sense, and I'll be honest with you, I think he knew it made no sense.
Okay, so wait.
There's no defending that kind of answer.
No, there isn't. So are you making the suggestion? And I don't even know. You might be dead on the money on this one. Okay, I want to flesh this thing out completely here. That Stefanski will play Dillon Gabriel, and if they at any point say you have to go to Shedeur, he'll just continue to say no and no and no, and you know the end result of that.
Yes,
he's asking to get fired.
Yes, or I think there's a lot
like mid-season he's asking to get fired. Either I play Dillon Gabriel and I'm not moving to Shedeur, and if you want me to move to Shedeur, guess what? You have to fire me.
Something like that. I don't know it'll ever get to that extremes, but do I think Kevin is standing his ground with Dillon? 100%. He likes Dillon. He wanted Dillon to be here. I think Shedeur was forced on him. I think with the difference in the way they've treated these two quarterbacks since day one, there's every which way they've treated the quarterbacks, that's up to Kevin. And the idea that your hand-picked quarterback who just played, listen, are the receivers great? Absolutely not. Is the offensive line a bunch of world beaters? Certainly not. Quinshawn couldn't make a 4-yard run to save his ass yesterday, right? It was a brutal day at the offense. And somehow, your hand-picked quarterback was the worst thing on it. And by the way, this has been Kevin the whole way. Dillon Gabriel looked awful in camp. He still got every first-team rep when he was healthy enough to do so that Joe Flacco didn't get. Right?
No, he was trying to force Dillon on everyone.
And so he's looked progressively worse through these 3 games, and the 4 games, and Kevin Stefanski still standing by him. That is the proof that he believes in Dillon and he doesn't believe in Shedeur. Right or wrong, he's making a stand on these quarterbacks. I don't think that's even deniable at this point.
No. And it's part of what I've been maintaining for a while. That's where the morning guys got it all confused when I'm like, Stefanski doesn't like Shedeur. They thought I meant personally, but clearly if you paid attention to me, there was nothing personal about it. I meant from a football standpoint. Like there's something about Shedeur that Stefanski doesn't vibe with, which at this point though, I would wonder and I would question why he just isn't making the obvious move to try to save himself, because at this point it seems apparent that Dillon's not going to do it, but it might be stubbornness. It might be that he believes that there's not enough time. Whatever it is, something's holding Stefanski back here.
I just think it's as simple as, because what's the thing we can say about Kevin? Kevin can be a little arrogant and he can be a little stubborn. And I think he's being stubborn and arrogant on the quarterback decision.
Yeah, and I think it's incredibly stupid of him. But I thought a lot of that, what he's done in this whole stretch is stupid. I thought it's stupid the entire time that he's put Dillon above Shedeur. I think it's stupid the entire time that he's tried to tell us that Dillon's some awesome supercomputer and everything else when we have no evidence of that. So me and Stefanski just aren't on the same page right now. It's as simple as that.
Wow. Hopefully the thought partners, 216-474-0092. Will Kevin actually bench Dillon Gabriel? I feel like that decision's being collectively bargained.
When you do things that just don't make sense and are objectively stupid, I don't think he's stupid, but when you can't even figure this out from a football standpoint, that's where it stops adding up, Nick, and it stops making sense. And it's been this way for a little bit with Stefanski, but it's even just further evidenced by what we've seen now.
Let's go with Dave in Seville. Dave, welcome to the show.
You guys are right. You guys are dead right, and I'll tell you why.
I like to hear that.
Because if Shedeur gets in there, he's going to go off script. And if he goes off script and makes touchdowns, Stefanski's going to lose his job, because they're not going to need him, which means they'll have to get a defensive coach and just get a coordinator for the offense that can work with Shedeur.
No, but if he goes off script and you win, then nobody cares if you're actually the genius behind the play calling or anything else. If you're winning games, nobody cares. Like if
Dave, we appreciate you, buddy.
Stefanski's not going to like that.
So
he wants to be in charge.
Okay,
and there's a part of that I agree with.
Now that's where I think
there's a part of that I agree with.
I think it's all in that report that came out a couple weeks ago that the Browns don't want Baker, or they don't want Shedeur to be the next Baker. That's a lot about Kevin had trouble for his role. I don't think Kevin's the main reason Baker isn't here. But I think Kevin found Baker tough to handle and tough to lead or control, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
And I think he looks at Shedeur and says, all right, I'm already not invested in him. The ownership group clearly favors him more than I do. What power do I have if Shedeur comes in, plays real well, and then is out here talking the way Shedeur acts and talks in the media?
The setup that is incredibly stupid for what I believe to be a smart person is that he would rather lose and lose his way than go out with winning with Shedeur and actually getting his reputation back. And that's the part that is so it's just dumb. Like it doesn't make sense. And I think you're right in your assessment. I'm not disagreeing with any part of that. I just think we need to highlight how incredibly stupid that is. Like if my job was on the line, I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep that job. I'm not going to then be like, well, I guess I got to do it my way. What an idiot.
For a long time, part of the narrative with Shedeur has been, well, if Shedeur wasn't here, you wouldn't be clamoring to see the next guy. I think we've officially reached the point with Dylan that you could have Bailey as the backup right now. You could have DTR as the backup. And I think people would say, this is not playable. This cannot continue the way it is. And if Kevin doesn't, you can't tell me it's about Dylan Gabriel. Or rather, you can't tell me that it's just simply because he believes in Dylan. There has to be something more. Kevin is too smart to see the same thing you and I are seeing going, this is good enough. No, this is not good enough. And you've got very little time before the locker room starts seeing the same thing you and I are, because you can... They're in their little confines there. It is easy to continue saying, no, there's a lot of good football here, this, that, and the other. At some point, that locker room's going to know the truth, too.
And all it really does in the meanwhile is highlight for the people like myself that have believed the entire time that Shedeur is better than Dylan Gabriel. And the only evidence against that was, well, Stefanski knows what he's doing. Stefanski's a quarterback guru, this and that. Okay. All right. I think we're seeing what exactly his narratives and his directives are here.
216-474-0092. Do the Browns have a plan after Shedeur? The question here is, will Kevin actually bench Dylan Gabriel? That and Mike Vrabel. Was it shots or just honesty? That's in 5 minutes with you guys on 92.3 The Fan. 5.
bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Playing good on offense is about 11 guys on the field and us as coaches doing our job. Obviously, young players will learn in each outing that they're out there. I think Dylan will continue to learn, will continue to get better. But it's really an entire offensive type of thing where we all need to be better.
All right, that's about the 15th time Kevin Stefanski has said we all need to be better. Here's the problem.
150th.
I think your number's better than mine. I think that's correct. Here's the problem. Dylan hasn't gotten better. This is my frustration with last week. Like, Dylan has not gotten better. So what I'm looking for any which week is, did I see any sort of progression one way or another? Did we cut down on the turnover-worthy passes? Did we cut down on the missed open receivers? I understand all of that, or some of that at least, is part of playing quarterback in the NFL, and that to me is where, like, Stefanski at points is he's either playing a game, which I've posited is my first idea here, or he's just delusional. Because the idea that, like, the stats tell you Dylan Gabriel has continuously got worse from week to week to week. I don't know what I have no doubt that the offensive line isn't good enough. I have no doubt that the wide receivers might not fit your scheme or might just not be very good. Isaiah Bond, good God. If I could watch that kid not screw up every Sunday.
Yeah, I felt like people ended their relationship with Isaiah Bond yesterday.
I mean,
there's a lot of people filing for divorce from Isaiah Bond yesterday.
It just continues to make it worse, and they continue to play him through that. But, like, okay, guys, I think Harold Fannin Jr. can be a player with some talent around him. I think Quinshon Judkins can be a player with talent around him, and maybe, I don't know, a head coach who values the run on any given day. But, like, I don't know. I don't know if Kevin Stefanski really believes that Dylan has gotten better in these 4 games, he might be even more cooked. Like, it might be unsalvageable.
Well, I mean, I got no defense of Dylan. I'm not trying to make a defense of Dylan here, but I don't know that Stefanski, and hearing him talk previously, necessarily looks at the rookie quarterbacks as growth with linear growth, right? Where it always has to be in some sort of upward motion and then everything is there. But this isn't it. And you don't need to be a football savant to look at what Dylan Gabriel did yesterday to understand that he's not it, and it doesn't seem like he's going to be it at any point this season. That doesn't mean he's going to stink for the rest of his career as a backup quarterback. But for right now, for this year and what this team needs, he's just not it, and there's no other real way of looking at it.
216-474-0092. We know several of you have some thoughts we want to get on here in a second, but Mike Vrabel was talking about how game flow, game script yesterday, and how the Patriots had an explosive second half against the Browns offense. Here's Vrabel.
Taking advantage of the turnovers is huge. We got to take care of the ball better and continue to find opportunities. They hadn't turned it over. And then when their gimmick plays ran out, I thought we played pretty good defense.
All right. Now, people have taken that as a shot against Kevin Stefanski.
How else do you not?
I thought it was an honest statement that they stopped doing trick plays and all of a sudden bad Dylan came out.
It might have been an honest statement, but it's very similar to Mike Tomlin calling out Andrew Berry by name as well. And it just feels like you don't hear other places across the league doing this type of stuff, but it seems like the Browns are a target every single week for this. Vrabel was in the building last year, shouldn't he? Not that he's indebted to Stefanski, but shouldn't they have like a kumbaya type relationship?
Wait, his Vrabel though, did he do the thing that psychopaths do, where it's like they chose Kevin Stefanski and they never talked to me about the job? Is he offended about that?
He might be. But I've watched a lot of John Wayne Gacy and that new thing that came out.
Okay.
And so, like, if we're talking psychopaths and how they think, I've decided I don't have their wavelength. I can't figure them out. There's a lot of things they do that it just doesn't correlate with me.
This is the same guy that would say he would cut off a vital part of his anatomy for a Super Bowl win.
But he didn't want the Browns job, though.
Yeah.
He ended up in an awesome situation. This is the part about people that never makes sense to me, is when you end up in an awesome situation like he did, where he's got one of the best quarterbacks in the game now in Drake May, and they're 6-2, and they're off to this great start. Don't be thinking about the job you didn't get offered in the Browns gig. Be happy with what you have. Be happy with the job you did get offered and the success you're currently having. But they don't ever think of it this way.
Well, okay, so I think the Tomlin one we thought was backing up Stefanski. You could say...
No, the Tomlin one was just Tomlin being mad he had to take on Joe Flacco on Thursday night.
That's another way. Could this be... is Vrabel actually an Andrew Berry guy and not a Stefanski guy?
Is that the takeaway from the building? He spent so much time around the thought partners, and he decided... Man, Bert and Ernie really broke up here, didn't they?
You hate to say
They're really ending up on a bad note. What's the womp for?
I think the thought partners. I think for Bert and Ernie. They had such a beautiful love, and then strained them.
Got to get them to a couples retreat or something, because this is going badly. But you don't ever hear people talk this way. Head coaches don't speak that way about other head coaches, and that is interesting that Vrabel went scorched earth there.
216-474-0092. Let's go with Rob in a car. Rob, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, fellas, I'm listening to yet another Misery Monday, and you guys are talking about Shador or Gabriel or whatever. This is a massive problem, fellas. This is a pattern with this group, and it started when Baker Mayfield hurt his shoulder, and Kevin dug in and played that kid. And I remember listening to you guys and everybody on your station. What doesn't he see that we all see? The kid is hurt. Why can't he play Case Keenum? Blah, 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 blah. And we're going through this thing, and then we're talking about other quarterbacks. Why can't he see? Blah,
no, but that was
blah,
Baker.
Blah, blah.
Baker was the one that decided to play hurt. That wasn't Stefanski's decision. Stefanski actually did. Stefanski,
the head coach, guys.
No, I know, but that was part of that. Coach. That was part of that divide, Rob. That was part of that divide. Is that Stefanski actually wanted to sit him, and I stick up for Baker more than Stefanski, but Baker was the one that wanted to play. Yes, we do. We have that on record.
Did Stefanski ever say I wanted to sit him, but Baker talked me into playing him? No.
It's been reported that way all throughout the entire stretch of this, Rob.
But he did it last year with Watson, too. He dug in, and until Watson got hurt, Watson was playing. You guys saw, I saw, we all saw. This, I don't want to tear this all down, but what are we not tearing down? We're going to go 3-14 2 years in a row. This is Hugh all over again. What are we trying not to tear down? It's torn down.
Rob, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. That sounded like I cut him off. I just thought he was done.
Also, there's no arguments coming from us in that respect. The idea of tearing it all down. There's who's against that.
Here's the thing. It's not Hugh. Hugh walked into a team actively being torn down.
While getting paid bonuses for tearing it down and losses in the process.
They walked into this thing and then tore it down. Whatever Super Bowl window there was, they closed it themselves by their decision-making as the thought partners with Paul DePodesta and the Haslams. So here's the other damnedest thing. They've been trying to win the last 2 years. That's another way in which this differs from the Hugh stuff. So it's one thing to say we're going to be systematically and strategically bad and then hope that leads us to our franchise quarterback and our franchise players, which it did on some account before you started getting rid of guys or you just wasted their primes, right? Thankfully, Myles is still here so we can watch them waste his prime in real time because that's fun. But, they're trying to win. That's what I think is so frustrating. Like you've kind of mentioned a couple times, well, is that kind of part of the plan? You don't want to be too good that you cost yourself. Yeah, but that's about let's be 3-14, 4-13, 5-12, whatever will be the best version of what we're going to try and be. They didn't account for. You know what? I'll say it.
Just say
they were
just
bad.
Say it with your chest.
Say it with conviction. I'll say this. Not only is Andrew Berry bad at building a roster to compete, he's bad at building a roster to not compete.
Which is the easiest thing to do in sports. That's supposed to be, we talk about the layups in sports. The easiest thing to do in sports is supposed to be able to have a roster that can just flatline and just stink up the joint. That is bird brain level thinking that you have to be able to pull that off.
216-474-0092. Mikey and Berea, we got about 45 seconds here, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, basically since, Stefanski's been at the helm, it's just been downhill as far as, play calling and things like that. But really all these games, if you look at it, come down to decision making. okay? Like, I don't care if we have our fourth running back. Why are we not running the ball? I mean, we're always down 2 possessions. We know this. It's every story, every Sunday. And we still decide not to run the ball. The reason the Green Bay Packers were in the game yesterday while the Steelers were stuffing them is because they continued to run the ball. And I just don't understand. You're trying to help out a rookie quarterback. And no matter the quarterback, it doesn't matter. Because until the decisions start to change, then we're going to get the same outcome.
Mikey, we appreciate you. That was about 45 seconds on the dot. You're a professional. Yes. This Kevin Stefanski showed you again yesterday that although there is only one way, one identity forward that will give you a chance over 4 quarters to stay in a game, he is not willing to commit to that identity because it locks him in and he can't do all the other stuff he wants to do.
Just a nice little I was right radio for myself offered up there. 9 total carries for Judkins, 35 total passes for Dillon Gabriel. We told you it was going to happen on Thursday of last week.
I think that actually probably is what upset me so much is as it was going down, it harkened back to every conversation you and I had, including it didn't have to be a blowout. New England's a good team. They're a fine team. They're not the Detroit damn Lions. They're not the absolute best of the best. They're just doing what good teams do, which is waxing the ass of awful teams in the NFL. 216-474-0092. A lot about Kevin Stefanski, but what about the other half of Thought Partners? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
worse?
I don't care.
Because
how you like
because
that?
they make it sound like Shedeur wouldn't even be able to go out there
Doesn't matter.
and walk to the huddle and then complete the play call.
I want to see what Shedeur has. I don't care if it's worse, because at least it'll give me some more to get into. Because this isn't offensive football.
The only thing I would say,
it looks like they didn't practice.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got a chance to win some tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. We've got quick hits coming up in 40 minutes. Daryl Ryder in 20 minutes and more from you guys. But we are dissecting the latest Browns blowout, the 4th in 8 games this season. And listen, I think it's fair to say we've let Kevin Stefanski have it in the first hour, and he deserves so much of this. For his half of the thought partnering, from the quarterback decision to his absolute devotion to Dillon Gabriel, who, to no surprise to anybody who actually watched Dillon Gabriel play, is booty cheeks, whether that was in camp, whether that was in the preseason, whether that was going all the way back to Oregon. Mm-hmm. He's not an NFL starting quarterback, and for some reason, they took him where you'd take a starting NFL quarterback.
We couldn't even get Oregon fans to agree that Dillon Gabriel had any sort of oomph to him.
The best way that anyone has defended the pick is, well, teams no longer look at it as if you're a backup quarterback. The backup spot's so important, you can take him in the top 100, which is dumb. Because you can find a backup quarterback, and a good one, anytime you want. You can even develop one anytime you want. You don't have to take one with a top 100 pick.
Yeah, I mean, say what you want about Colorado with Shedeur, but there's not any Colorado fans that are like, Shedeur Sanders stinks at football. I met all sorts of Oregon fans that are like, yeah, I really love the Ducks, but I really don't know what they're doing with Dillon Gabriel.
He's such a great guy.
I mean, yeah, they go to he's a great guy.
He's like Mighty Mouse, but a quarterback who can't throw very far.
I forgot to check and see if his fiancée Zoe had put out any TikToks from yesterday.
I think I'm good. I don't think I need to see any TikToks there.
I want to see how she spun it. She was actually not even close to positive with the Pittsburgh game, and so I wanted to see if she went down that road again, too. She's kind of honest in a refreshing way about her own quarterback.
We need to talk about Andrew Berry, though.
Okay, let's talk about it.
We need to talk about Andrew Berry, not just Andrew Berry's many failures, right? Andrew Berry's the guy that went out there and constructed the four-man quarterback room of Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dillon Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders, and then 5 weeks into the season, you were left with half of those guys, and the value you got in return for the two veterans was a fifth-round pick and a 6th to 5th round swap that basically the value of is the first pick in the 6th round. So essentially, for two quarterbacks, you built your entire season around that were traded within the first quarter of the season. You got a 5th and 6th round pick for. That is galaxy brain type stuff. That's not why I'm irritated today. I think the fact that that Kevin Stefanski is out here taking all these bullets, and listen, I get it. That is the head coach's job. But the idea that Andrew Berry did not speak after the Greg Newsome trade, he did not speak after the Joe Flacco trade, and now we are halfway into this season with the bye week. This is a logical place for the GM of the team to speak.
And a spot where he historically speaks.
And a spot where he historically speaks means one of two things. He's either on his way out, or he is ducking from responsibility and trying to lay this all on Kevin. I think it's the second thing, and if it is a historically embarrassing thing to be allowed to happen. Andrew Berry, who I actually think has been better at dealing with the media historically here in Cleveland than Kevin is, right? He always gives us a little bit of something that actually we can kind of figure out what they're thinking about. But for him to let Kevin Stefanski go out there 4 times a week and deal with the same questions, which have to be asked, by the way. It's not a media problem, but Kevin goes out there and has to, and listen, does Kevin do much with it? No. Does it drive us crazy? Sure. We'd like accountability. We'd like culpability. We'd like something real. But for Andrew Berry to just not speak to the media in the first half of the season is embarrassing. It's a dereliction of duty, and it's very much letting Kevin Stefanski twist out in the wind, and that's where I feel like you got to call the leadership here. That's crappy leadership on top of being bad at every other facet of your job.
Well, you put Stefanski in the firing squad, and he's done that so often throughout Stefanski's time here. That's what they do. I mean, Jimmy Hasslam himself speaks, twice a season at most. Like he's not, and he had thoughts over the past weekend, and maybe this is where Andrew Berry doesn't want to put his thoughts out there because it feels like everything that Jimmy Hasslam said over this past weekend to Diana or to Ian Rappaport, and Diana has already kind of shifted, and you could easily see how he was just speaking to speak, and so maybe Andrew doesn't want that, but the idea that Stefanski just has to always take the blame, if I was Stefanski, I'd be livid about that.
And by the way, this is where this kind of completes the circle of why it would make sense that Kevin would say yesterday that Dylan's the starter going forward, despite the fact he also said we're going to evaluate everything going forward. Like when your GM leaves you out on an island after 2 trades, both of which look like you're thinking about next year instead of this year, to then, after, again, the first 8 weeks, which were a tough road to hoe anyways, to get blown out 4 times out of 8 games, and then to have the GM nowhere in sight, when your quarterback room is a late 3rd rounder and then a 5th round pick, that speaks volumes about Andrew Berry. And I hate to say that because the one thing I always thought about Andrew Berry is that was a classy guy. This is not a classy move.
You mean smart, tough, or accountable?
Well, no, I never. Well, maybe the smart thing.
Because the accountable part of this is definitely missing.
Yeah, yeah, okay. And maybe the toughness too. I don't know. I've never seen him box, but he certainly, he's got the smart thing, right?
He could dodge a couple punches.
He's a defensive back. I bet you he's got good
he could definitely
feet. That's
dodge
a smart point.
Yeah, for sure he could. No, but the part of this that, listen, do I really care what Andrew Berry was going to say about any of the trades or the upcoming trades? Probably not. Yeah. I would like his thoughts on the quarterback situation, but he's probably not going to tell you anything concrete or of substance anyway. It's just the idea that he keeps hanging Kevin out to dry every single time. Like, at least show your face. If you're going to make all these decisions, going to make these moves, let us ask you the question, what's your plan, to then be able to hold you the slightest bit accountable when it goes skewed and goes a little bit different.
Now, I said the only other thing you could be is he's already cooked and he knows it.
And that might be the case, too. Like, you phrase it as an either-or, and it might just be an and type situation.
216-474-0092. Is Andrew Berry ducking the media? I don't really see, like, after trades, GMs typically speak. He's made 2 trades, hadn't said a damn thing.
Did Hasslam think him speaking a couple days ago was kind of like speaking for the whole thought partner group? Is that what that was?
Ooh, if so, that's bad for the thought partner group.
Did you think that was going to be the cover-up? Because I was shocked when Hasslam did speak, by the way. He speaks twice a year. We get it at one of the owners' meetings. That was obviously a different owners' meeting there, but like it's a few amount of times that he actually does go out there and speak, and so I wonder if maybe he thought that was cover enough.
I also think that people took Jimmy Hasslam giving a vote of confidence for Kevin Stefanski as like a rubber stamp. And guys, go back. We have to remember what this was like before we had Stefanski and Berry. Votes of confidence in football mean nothing. Well, it's usually a sign someone is closer to cook than not.
Okay, but you notice how, and this is how this works. This would work for Andrew Berry as well. What was the one quote out of that whole entire little stretch, at least the one I latched onto, was the idea that Jimmy Hasslam said, it's not, I don't care about what you do when things are good. I care about what you do when things are bad. Well, guess what? He used that as a great reason for a vote of confidence for Stefanski in the Miami game, because things were going bad and he turned it around. Well, guess what happened this last Sunday?
Things were blown out.
Yeah, things were bad. They got blown out. So if you're using your own words, we're going to judge you off of what happens when things go bad and things go poor. Stefanski's not passing the sniff test here.
Is Andrew Berry ducking the media, or just can anyone tell us where? Is he out in San Diego? Is he getting some? I mean, I think San Diego is nice this time of year.
It's always nice. It's 70 degrees all the time in San Diego.
Maybe him and 1/3 of the other thought partners are getting all strategical together.
Constant 70 degrees. That's
practicing their strategery. Is that what's going on?
I don't think you have to practice that. I mean, that's just.
Now
they're playing like what board games?
I was thinking like thought partners. Maybe it's an ayahuasca trip to Costa Rica. Like if you're a thought partner.
Now we're talking thought partners.
I mean, when you and I have talked about planning the show going forward, it's like, well, we can't do that possibly without some sort of ancient hallucinogenic and, being 5,000 miles away. That's the only way I thought partner. I don't know about you.
If you want to thought partner that way, we can thought partner that way.
I don't think Elise will be mad.
It'll get us the same amount of wins that the Browns are getting right now.
The second baby's old enough.
Yeah,
you tell her that. You're like, sweetie, she basically takes care of herself at this point. I'll be in ayahuasca with the boys.
Yeah, hey, you just wake up every 2.5 hours throughout the night and do whatever, change the diapers and do all that. You can do it all. On top of breastfeeding, you can easily do all that.
You know why? because you're a super mom. That's
right.
how you spin it. You're incredible. Vanessa, anytime Vanessa...
You buy her a t-shirt that's a super mom on it?
Yeah.
Don't you forget it.
Yeah, hey.
Don't you forget it.
Hey.
She'd love that shirt, too.
Other moms,
she'd love that.
You're a super mom. Anytime Vanessa tries to get me to do something that she just doesn't want to do, she's like, you're just better at it than me. And it's like, okay, how am I better at you than taking out the trash, cleaning the cat box, waking the kids up in the morning? Like, I'm starting to think that maybe this is just a very clever line that you say with those beautiful blue eyes, and then somehow it just means I do more work.
I just spit back and be like, well, your worst is still good enough here. So why don't you give that the old college try?
Maybe I should just fire back. But you're a super mom. Fred in Eastlake, welcome to the show.
Hey, gentlemen. Hey, y'all was cooking earlier, so I decided to let me call in because I agree with everything you all are saying. I just had two questions I wanted to leave y'all with, man. One of them is, do you think Stefanski trusts his own players too little, or do he trust himself too much? Because the play calling feel like, he's overcoaching the talent at times. And the second question I wanted to ask you guys, and I'll listen off air, is if Stefanski wasn't the play caller but was still head coach, do you think this team would win more or close more games? I'll listen off air.
All right. I will tell you, this is why we don't ask two-part questions.
And now you don't know which one to do.
Because I don't remember the first one, and I'm already forgetting the last one.
I was already hooked on the second one.
So I think this is the situation you're in. It's kind of like people who say, well, you can't go away from Dylan. What if the offense gets worse? It's like, yeah, but you have to try something. I trust Kevin Stefanski as a play caller. I actually think once upon a time he might have been good at it, or maybe he just had good players. Hell, I don't know. But I don't know that going from Stefanski as play caller to Tommy Rees is going to make that much of a decision, or much of a difference, but it's at least a decision. It's at least not sitting back and saying we got to do something better, we got to be better, we got to do, and then not changing anything.
I'm worried Stefanski's brain is cooked at this point.
Yeah,
I am. I'm worried that he's just gotten so in the weeds of all this stuff, and he's just it's almost unredeemable. It's kind of like when you had like different conspiracy theories a few years ago, and you watched some of your friends and their brains just looked like they were cooked, and all of a sudden people that didn't care about a political thought at all were like digesting CNN and Fox News 17 hours a day. I feel like he himself has gotten so wrapped up in trying to make bad quarterbacks good that it has fried his brain towards what actually works in the NFL, and has fried his concepts and fried what at one point did work with Baker to the idea now that all he thinks you can do on a football field is simply do 5-yard screens, bubble screens, and that's it. And it just doesn't work. His brain is cooked, in my opinion.
Do you remember the first question?
Not a chance.
My
brain might be cooked.
Respect his players enough, or does he respect himself too
I think
much?
he's a control freak.
No, does he know it was? Does he think that the talent is too good, and that's why he's doing all these different plays, or does he not believe in the talent and that's why he's doing all the different trick plays?
I think Kevin is a control freak when it comes to his offense. I think that is his claim to fame. I think that's your answer. Does that make sense? I think it's the old Brian Billick when we said, what quarterback would you want? And he said, I'd want Joe Burrow because, yeah, Mahomes could go out and make great plays and win you a bunch of games, but with Burrow, you get to really build a cool offense. It's like, but I want the guy with more Super Bowls.
I want the guy with the cool, yeah, exactly right. I want the guy that can make the cool play and actually do things. It's like I got a conversation yesterday with Coach Riz about Drake May, and it's like sometimes and I love Coach Riz. You guys know this. So this is not anything in a bad way, but he's Coach Riz was going down the idea of making the easy pass and completing the easy things. And I'm like, you know what? Sometimes though, I want the guy that's Drake May that can throw the ball 25 yards, 30 yards deep, right on the money, and I don't have to think about the 5-yard play. Yeah. Like sometimes I want the guy that can just make the big time play. You win a lot of football games making the big time play.
Drake was not flawless yesterday. He had a lot of young quarterback moments, but there was like the beauty of what yesterday highlighted, even though it's really just the misery of what it highlighted, is that kid with one flick of his wrist can erase 3 mistakes. Mm-hmm. Dylan has to be perfect on every play because he cannot erase 3 mistakes with one flick of his wrist. He's got to make 10 plays to erase 1 mistake.
And his version of perfect might not even be good enough when you're up against a guy like Drake May.
Daryl Ryder going to be joining us in about 5 minutes. We'll get his take on the Browns and why Kevin Stefanski seems to be sticking with Dillon Gabriel. Do we think he's stuck with Dillon Gabriel, or could we see Shedeur Sanders in the Jets game? That's in 5 minutes with Daryl on 92.3 The Fan.
Pella. Let the cozy in and the savings begin.
At Mr. Hero, we're always spicing things up, but now we're saucing things up with our new sauced and tossed Hero Nuggets. Try the garlic parmesan, teriyaki, Kentucky bourbon, citrus chipotle, and barbecue.
I crave the Hero.
The bye week is here, and the Browns are searching for answers. Which domino will fall first? The most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you, breaking down the Browns getting blown out by New England and Kevin Stefanski sticking with Dylan Gabriel while also saying everything's under advisement and everything's, well, not everything, but just everything but the starting quarterback, apparently, to talk about that. To probably take another victory lap on Dylan Gabriel, despite us also saying Dylan Gabriel stunk in camp and well before that.
Now, hold on. If he's going to jam you up for asking questions that the morning show already asked...
Oh, then we can't.
It'd be a repeat performance.
We have to leave Dylan Gabriel alone.
The ethos of Daryl is he doesn't do repeat performances.
That's true.
So I don't know if he gets a victory lap here or not.
All right, Daryl. We're bringing you on here, Daryl, brought to you by Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Welcome back, buddy. Daryl?
Oh, Daryl.
Did we lose him?
Jax looks like he lost him.
Maybe it was the repeat performance thing.
He dropped off. He said, I can't do any of this.
I mean, in fairness, he's a man of a certain age. Repeat performances, once you get to a certain spot, can be a little tougher to get to.
Is he of a certain age at this point?
Oh, wait, do I hear Daryl Ryder?
There we go.
I heard a check.
How you doing, buddy?
Check.
There we go.
Omaha.
Hey.
Omaha.
Hey, performance issues happen to us all, or so I've heard. Daryl,
we got
that one cannot be solved with a pill, though. I'm just going to say.
We don't know about that. No. I think there's a pill for everything now.
I think we do have
Big
a pill
Pharma's got a lot of pills, friendo.
A lot of money.
Well, see, here's the thing. I thought I was supposed to take the victory lap on your show and do Champions Pose on the morning show. I kind of feel like the roles got reversed there.
Run that by me again? I didn't understand what you were saying.
Well, when you were right, they do Champions Pose on the morning show. And for you guys, it's a victory lap.
Okay.
See, I feel like they took your bit from you.
No, but here's the problem, and now I'll lay it out how I heard it. At least you can tell me if you heard it otherwise. It felt like Ken wasn't going to give you the victory lap, and then you got excited about the idea of giving yourself the victory lap, and so then you went ahead and was like, whoa, Ken, we're not going to do this. Which, by the way, I agree with at the heart of it, because you took so much crap for so long to then be right about Dylan Gabriel. You deserve to go ahead and tell people how right you were. In fact, I don't know about having a hashtag Daryl was right like it was yesterday, but hey, do whatever you got to do, I guess.
What about this? What if we do a triumvirate, like a little a quorum here? We were all right that Dylan Gabriel was booty cheeks. Can we agree there?
Yeah, I think you know what? Because I'm the type of I will share the wealth as far as we'll all take a victory lap together. How about that?
All right. Well, that seems like you're being very like. I thought it was a bum coming out of college.
Doesn't really feel like in good faith us really celebrating this right now either.
It felt
being
more
honest.
like it also
yesterday kind of sucked.
Yeah, that was pretty stinky.
It was no fun. It's not been fun to watch the last 4 weeks.
Right.
And Kevin Stefanski today saying that considering playing Shedeur Sanders isn't even on his radar right now might be the most maddening thing ever to me, right? Because that just tells me you are complacent and you're quite happy with the below average mediocrity that you're putting on the field for your fans to watch each and every week with Dylan Gabriel at the helm. That's what he told me today.
I took it as I think he sees that as a bargaining chip who plays at quarterback, and that I think the negotiations have begun in Berea. Is that a way you could maybe perceive those comments?
Yeah, I could see that, but what leverage does Kevin have?
Not playing Shedeur.
I mean,
forcing him to fire him.
I think the guy he wanted to play got traded, right? Remember the scene in Moneyball where they walk into the office and he's like, the lineup's yours, but you can't play him because I just traded him. Oh no, you can't play him either because I just traded him too. Like I kind of feel like we're going through that scenario right now, and I don't think they're going to trade Shedeur Sanders, even though I've seen social media speculation machine trying to work overtime in that regard with their conspiracy theories with this back injury or whatever. But this whole situation is frustrating to me on multiple levels. One, because Joe Flacco looked like he was washed here, and he's gone to Cincinnati, and he does not look like he's washed. They put Dillon Gabriel on the field, and there's no business for Dillon Gabriel to be on the field. And he looks like there's no business for Dillon Gabriel to be on the field. There's no business. He should have been a top 100 pick. Okay? So I don't blame Dillon Gabriel. I'm not hating on Dillon Gabriel. I blame the people that hired him. I blame the people that drafted him. I blame the people that told Kevin Stefanski, you're playing Dillon Gabriel. Those are the people, who, by the way, are not going to talk this week. They're hiding in a bunker somewhere. I've never heard of a bye week where there's no media availability. First time in my career, nobody's available. Not the GM, not the head coach, not the players after today, day after a game. I have never heard of that. And that tells you how bad things are with this 2-6 football team. Nobody wants to talk. They don't want anybody to talk. And you know what? The GM should talk because he's the one that constructed this mess. From the quarterback situation to the wide receiver situation, which is equally embarrassing, okay? And he's just traded Joe Flacco. You know, I don't have a problem with the Greg Newsome trade. I'll give Barry a thumbs up on that one. But the fact that they're all just going to run and hide now, that they're 2-6, their fans are furious, everyone's furious, and they're just going to be like, yeah, everything's hunky-dory, fine.
Okay, but to Nick's point, though, and I'm reminded of the proverb, the one that the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth, and that kind of feels like...
You're getting deep on me, Jonathan, right now.
Well, no, that kind of feels like Stefanski here. It's like burning it down just to feel something in that regard and just to make sure that they don't have it.
You know what it reminds me of, Jonathan?
Yeah?
It reminds me of last year with Dorsey, right? That wasn't Kevin's decision to fire Alex Van Pelt and bring in Dorsey. They did that to try and get anything out of Deshaun Watson. And then, Kevin just washed his hands in the middle of the season of calling plays. He's like, I'm good. Y'all have at it. And I think that there might be some of that going on here right now, too. This is what you gave me to work with, so... It is what it is.
By not playing Shedeur and by staying with Dillon Gabriel, you almost feel like you're like, I'm just going to screw everyone over in the process. Because Shedeur is the easy answer if he wants to try to win games. It would also try to save his job. Dillon's not doing any of that.
No, I mean, and I will say this: the one key downfall of everybody when it comes to the Cleveland Browns and this ownership group is spite. We have seen it time and time again with regimes that have come through here, where spite has won. And Hugh Jackson's right there at the top of that list, aside from the fact he's an awful coach. But when you get into a spiteful situation where you're like, all right, I'm washing my hands of this, and this is what you want, this is what you get. Because, I'm sure you guys, Kevin's not blameless in this. I wouldn't say that everything was planned or outlined from a game planning standpoint to accentuate what little talent they do have on offense. There's a strong case to be made that Kevin himself as a head coach has not done enough to put them in positions to be successful. But there is a part of me that hypothesizes, that feels that Kevin's just kind of like, hey, this is what you gave me to work with, so y'all enjoy it. This is what you have, and it's not very good. And maybe next time you'll listen to me. I don't know if that's really going on, but that's the perception I have of the situation right now.
Daryl, every time we talk about the record, a fair amount of people in the media will say, well, this was what the plan was going to be. Right. And then I look at it, I'm like, well, you got blown out in 4 of your first 8 games. It doesn't feel like something you'd plan for. So is being uncompetitive in 4 of the first 8 games, not just losing, but getting blown out, is that part of the plan, you think?
I sense a little tongue-in-cheek there from you.
Just a little.
But no, and that's the disappointing part, because the 1999 Browns, the 2000 Browns, the 2011 Browns, those were all god-awful football teams, especially on the offensive side. Those are the 3 worst offenses that this franchise have fielded since 1999. This one would be number 4, right behind it. The 0-16 Browns, the 1-15 Browns, they were competitive. They lost a lot of tough games. They just didn't have the talent to get themselves over the hump in those games. You have a competitive defense this year that, quite frankly, is just getting ground to bits by the fourth quarter. Granted, yesterday it was the third quarter, gave up 21 points there that allowed the Patriots to separate. But the defense is giving you opportunities to stay in games, and the offense gives you absolutely no chance to do anything. You are helpless to do anything with this offense, with the quarterback, with the receiver situation. Receivers yesterday, by the way, 9 targets, 2 catches, 31 yards. Jamari Thrash had both catches for 31 yards. Isaiah Bond, for whatever reason, they keep throwing footballs to him. Good news, nothing went off his helmet yesterday. 0 for 4. Jerry Jeudy only targeted twice, and I recognize that, hey, he's not been catching the football consistently, but just 2 targets, 0. And then Kevin Stefanski says, well, yeah, a little frustrated we couldn't get Jerry Jeudy the ball more. Well, I don't know. That's kind of on you. Isn't that what you're supposed to be in charge of, Kevin? Like, they had to, the quarterback had to throw into the turf a flea flicker. He got a safety on an intentional grounding. I'm waiting for the football brilliance, the football intelligence that Dylan Gabriel has and that the Browns love so much going into the draft. I'm waiting for a glimpse, anything from this guy to show up. Anything that they saw in him going into the draft that caused them to spend a top 100 pick on him when no one in the National Football League had a top 100 grade on him but the Cleveland Browns. I'm waiting for anything to show up. I can think of maybe 3 or 4 throws, a couple of them were touchdowns, where I'm like, okay, those are NFL caliber plays. Everything else is check down Charlie. Everything. There's the one time he does throw it over 30 yards, it's a duck and it gets picked off. So, and again, maybe this is, to your point, Nick, maybe this is part of the plan. You self-sabotage yourself, you make it sound like you're trying to win, but you put a team on the field that, frankly, is incapable of winning. So maybe that is the grand plan.
What'd you make of Myles being on the end of the bench and having an historic game, but still finding a way to be very frustrated at the end of it?
I have 2 trains of thought there, Jonathan. One, I think it just speaks volumes, the sad state of affairs of the Browns right now, that you have a future Hall of Famer who has an historic game like that, and you still got your lunch handed to you. You're still embarrassed. That's one thing. As far as Myles being frustrated, slamming the helmet, sitting on the end of the bench, talking after the game, hey, it doesn't matter how many times you're going to ask me, the answer's still the same. I want to win. I'm still, I'm frustrated. It doesn't change. It's hard for me to feel bad for Myles because he did sign the extension here. And he took the money. He took the $40 million. Granted, he was 29 years old. Probably not going to get $40 million if he would hit the open market when free agency hit. So I get that aspect of it, but the contract he signed basically made him untradeable. I looked it up today. His dead cap figure right now is over $95 million. The Cleveland Browns cannot trade Myles Garrett today, even if they wanted to trade Myles Garrett today, or even if Myles Garrett stormed into their office, slammed his helmet down, said, get me out of here. I've changed my mind. So, so from that standpoint, I don't feel bad because he should know better. He went through 0-16. That was his rookie year. He's seen the quarterback changes. He's had a front row seat to the dumpster fire, and he still took the $40 million a year. So that part of me doesn't feel bad for him. Professionally, yeah, I do feel bad for him. He's a great player. His career's being wasted here, just like Joe Thomas, just like Joel Bitonio, just like countless others. But he signed up for it, and so he has to grin and bear it and deal with it, just like Browns fans have to do.
Daryl, great stuff. JP, good stuff on the old proverb there. Didn't know you had that one in you.
I thought it was a good one.
It was a very good one, just like Daryl's mud stomping of everybody in our fantasy football league. But we don't have time for that, Daryl. So we're up against it. Sponsorships, a lot of ins, a lot of outs. Great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
It's delightful sweeping all of you.
Yeah, I can't wait till I kick your ass in the championship game.
You got me on the bye week, Daryl. You got me on the bye week.
Your team's going to run out of steam, just like I was going to say, like the Browns. But your team actually is winning.
Undefeated. Good job, Daryl.
You have to have steam first to run out of it, Nick.
That's true. Okay. That's true. Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We're going to get to Money Myles and the complicated situation with Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns in about 23 minutes, but quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, continuing to react to the latest shenanigans involving the Cleveland Browns. We do have a quick programming note here. Nathan Zagura going to be moved to 5 today. That pushes the lead back to 5:20 as Nathan had a scheduling conflict today, so we'll have Nathan at 5 instead of 4:40. We got to get to Myles Garrett and what happened yesterday and just how complicated it is just to root for like the best player on the Browns and many people's favorite player. But let's get to quick hits here.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, reaction to the Browns' loss on Sunday to New England. They were fast, they were severe, but Dan in Amherst called the postgame show with Jeff and Tyvis. He took an interesting route when it came to discussing Dylan Gabriel.
Against Dylan Gabriel, I mean, I was in the Marine Corps and I was stationed over in Hawaii for a few years, so I like the local guys over there, bro. But it's just the fact that I could
stop there.
He's just speaking truths.
I was walking around the pond with Mongo after the game, listening to Jeff and Tyvis, and I laughed for 5 good minutes when he was just like, I like the local guys, brah. It's like, you know what? You were trying to build a bridge to Trust Town. All right, Dylan, I'm merely criticizing you as a player, brah. But just let me, but as a person, I love you and I love your heritage. We should insult everybody this way. And by we, I mean Dan.
Wasn't there something else wacky that happened in that call? I remember listening to the call and having the same thought you had initially, and then I thought he kept going down that road. Like he brought it up later on too.
He did, but I didn't remember the exact moment. We couldn't play it was like a 3-minute call.
That was a wild post-game show. So I like listening to the post-game show. I listen every single week. But one of the callers called up and just straight up asked Jeff and Tyvis, like they're like, Stefanski's got to go, right? And then they like having to do that show so tough because they just don't address anything head on.
Yeah.
And so like watching the both of them kind of dance away from that was like watching an artist paint.
I mean, even like the Dylan, I think Tyvis did a good job in trying to defend Dylan, but it's like he was almost he's having a very pragmatic response to Dylan's struggles, which are he's a young guy, give him time, but it's like, well, he's not that young in NFL parlance, and you don't spend that much time on third-rounders who can't play.
Yeah.
You do that with first-rounders who can't play.
I'll say this. Some days it feels like it takes a while to get to that end mark where they're like, we're now switching you to Infinity Sports Network. And at this time, when I heard that part go off, I'm like, well, really? It's already been like 2.5 hours?
I know.
Like, that was a fast post-game show, it felt like.
Which is good if you're Jeff and Tyvis.
Well, I was also a little frustrated. I was trying to put up some things in my garage and trying to hang some things, and let's just say it was not going very well.
Worse than what happened to the Browns on Sunday?
Nothing's worse than what happened to the Browns on Sunday.
Perspective.
But you could tell how much they
offer you perspective.
It was just, well, geez, you okay?
What happened? I knocked over my giant water bottle there from our good friends at Verizon. And it's fine because it didn't spill much.
Yeah, part of me was rooting for the cap to be open and just spill all over you. All right.
You don't got to choose violence
on
the Browns.
I'm telling you where my brain was.
We choose violence on the Browns.
Less funny. It didn't just spill everywhere. Better for the equipment and everything else around us.
Band of brothers.
But less funny for me. When it went down, I thought to myself, everywhere. See? This is why we don't do hand gestures. So we don't do hand gestures.
Well, I do some hand gestures, just not right in front of the microphone, or apparently right out
here. And then you got to hold it up to the camera.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Cleveland Jewish News. See?
Verizon.
Oh, we're supporting two different things.
Yeah.
Oh, who knew?
I'd like to think we combine together.
They're basically the same.
Like a megazord of repping our people.
Orioles are finalizing a deal to hire Craig Albert as their manager. Yeah, classic Naz. 42 years old. I don't know why they put that in every article, by the way. It was like, I get when you die, if someone dies, it's like he was 42 years old. When they give the manager jobs, rather I was like, Alvarez, 42, was hired, as if that's like something that we need to hang on to. But he was taken away. And now
he's with the Lord now. And Adley Rutschman.
Him and it feels like half of the coaching staff of the Guardians have been just kind of taken away and sent other places.
Yeah, but you know who didn't? Carl Willis is back, baby.
That's right.
Come on there. We lost the Naz. We lost Kai Correa, who's a person too. We didn't lose Carl Willis.
And really, as long as you keep Carl and Stephen Vogt, I think we'll be all right.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think we're good. Omaha! A report says that Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian has let NFL execs know he'd be interested in going pro himself, though Sarkisian refuted said report angrily.
Really pisses me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual, to the point of my agency and my agents have to put a statement out that they never have done. But I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. And I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional of that person to put that report out. And the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing for the media.
Yeah, it's this dastardly to my chances of winning a playoff game, especially because it might be true. So after hearing Sark to the Tennessee Titans,
I just don't know why he'd want that job. Like I saw that report that he was like open to the idea of the Titans and the Titans specifically. Like you think Cam Ward? You think you're going to fix that? You think that's going to be your route?
I think he's got a better chance of fixing Cam Ward than he does Arch Manning.
Arch Manning played his best game I've seen Arch Manning play. I called him unplayable last week. The quarterback Deadpool looked like he was shot. Now Texas, just a 2-loss team. Arch Manning now thriving. Is Texas, dare I say, back?
I don't think
Probably
they are.
Not. But Arch looked good. That was the best I've seen Arch Manning play.
I think Sark knows that if Arch Manning does not make it as the number one pick within the next 2 years, he's cooked at Texas anyways, and he's 51. I think he's capped Texas to what he can get them. I think he does what very smart coaches do. Like when Brian Kelly was at Notre Dame and he was like, they're going to pay me more to go to Baton Rouge. That's retirement money if I fail, and I'm not winning a national championship here at Notre Dame. I'm out.
Okay, but the Titans job sucks. That's my contention.
Yeah, the worst NFL job might be better than the best college job.
I'd argue that only because with the Titans job, you're gone in 2 years, and I just don't think anything. I don't think anything of Cam Ward at this point.
You got to get the Matt Rule money. You got to get like a 6-year, $75 million deal. And then just go to Boca if it doesn't work out.
I mean, they fired Vrabel. They're like even like passable standards aren't good enough for the Titans, and they stink.
Yep, but their money does. Their money does. The check still clears. What I was trying to say.
Clear. Yes, it does. All right, to the Fox pregame show we go.
The Fox pregame show we go.
As I continue to try to just tear down Terry Bradshaw's broadcasting career at this point, because I think he has fallen in the Lee Corso bucket of someone in his family needs to take this man and pull him off the air. Help him help himself. The latest with Bradshaw on the pregame. Here we go.
The thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid and I got a text back and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it's some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't.
Strahan's face at that moment was priceless. What is Bradshaw doing in this pregame?
Makes total sense to me.
I was going to tell you the story about texting with Andy Reid, but really I was texting this guy that owns pigs and might be his name might also be Andy Reid. I'm not sure. And I'm going to give you his thoughts on what he thinks about the Commanders.
That is some everyman type stuff. I thought I was texting Andy Reid. It was just a guy that owns some hogs. That doesn't happen to you in North Solon?
I mean, if it did, I wouldn't bring it up in my Commanders analysis.
In Medina
probably.
County, that's half of my conversations.
Truthfully,
is this Kevin Stefanski or is this a hog guy? I don't know.
I've never, just being honest with you here, that's all I can be. Show's truth broker. I've never tried to text Andy Reid and ended up talking to somebody trying to sell me hogs.
So what you're telling me is you've never talked to a guy trying to give you a hog?
No, I have not. Have you talked to a guy trying to give you a hog?
I live in Medina County. It's hogs on the left, hogs on the right. I got hogs all around me.
They don't even call it grinder there. They just call it hogger.
Oh, that's a different... Come on, JP.
Hogger, that's a really funny line. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. Have you tried texting Andy Reid only to talk to Guy about his hogs? Excuse me there. And when it comes to Myles Garrett, as always, it's complicated. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Max Scherzer will be on the bump for Toronto, with Tyler Glasnow towing the rubber for the Dodgers. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Hear the point of view from the O-line. Sean Greco joins Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nathan Segura coming up in 1 hour's time. We got the lead at 5:20, but Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have a chance to win some tickets coming up at 5 o'clock as well. These are tickets that your boy Nick Wilson would want. I don't know if that's good for you. I don't know if it's bad for you. I don't know if you're like, that guy's got crap taste in music, but these are tickets. I'm actually in a queue so that pre-sale goes on. You'll find out about this. I'm in a queue because I want to get those tickets next week if I can.
All right, very good. Does that mean you're going to ask people here if you can have some tickets?
Still, yes.
It feels like the easier route than being in a queue. I don't know. I mean, that's just what I would try to do maybe.
Now, that being said, one of the things we haven't talked nearly enough about was just how damn good Myles Garrett was. And it's interesting. One of the accusations against Myles is, garbage time stats, or he doesn't come through in big moments. That guy had a big moment in every quarter, in a sack form and as a tackle or TFL yesterday. That is as holy crap as I've seen Myles Garrett. And yet again, they lost by 3 scores.
Yeah, this was a little different than, remember the game, was it last year or a couple years ago?
The Chargers game?
I always bring it up because it's
right in a row.
Well, it's the moment that made me just fall out of love with the idea that defensive ends have a massive impact on a game relative to the score, right? It's all relative to the score, and I think this is part of what made yesterday so sad. But with the Chargers game where he had 3 sacks in 4 plays and Justin Herbert still scored a touchdown in that drive was deflating for many, many reasons. Yesterday, Myles was the only one keeping you in the game. And yes, the score ended up being lopsided. I think that still is a reflection of just how much it matters that you have a quarterback in today's sports relative to anything else. But he did wreck the game in many, many ways.
So this is, I'm going to put the Myles stuff off to the side because Myles slammed his helmet down. He sat on the other side of the bench. These are things we have to get to. But I just want to make sure we have one spot where I can look at the camera and say, shame on you, Cleveland Browns. Whether that's Jimmy Hasslam, whether that's a Hasslam family, whether that's Andrew Berry, Paul DePodesta, Kevin Stefanski. Shame on you. Wasting a player that is the caliber of Myles Garrett. When you really wasted the second half of Joe Thomas's career, it is unconscionable to screw this thing up the way that they have. And the idea that a player that is that good, that every year should be, like, he could legitimately have 20 sacks this year if he plays a full season, and it won't matter. He will not win the the Defensive Player of the Year award because he's going to be on a 3 or 4 win team. Mm-hmm. This is an incredible waste of an incredible football player. I know the person is complicated, but the football player is so much fun to watch. And the whole time yesterday, I was equal parts, wow, Myles Garrett is so special, and equal parts, how are you doing this guy like this? Yet again, in a career where the guy's going to end up, at least through the first, 7-8 years of his career, having 2 winning seasons and 1 playoff win.
It feels wrong. It does. It feels wrong. But they've given him a defense. They've never given him truly an offense, with the exception of a couple Baker years. And that's his reality. I mean, there's a reason why he said everything he said back in February. There's a reason why, yes, he did cave and he took the money and everything associated with it, but he was speaking with facts a lot of the time when he was speaking on that stuff.
I think that's, by the way, that's proof that Browns fans are way hipper than anyone gives them credit for. A majority of Browns fans, when Myles came out and said the plan was to never go from Cleveland to Canton, it was to go to Super Bowls. It was to go to big-time moments.
We understood.
I understood. Yeah. I watch this guy play, and I think, good God, what a behemoth. I love watching him play, and at the same point, I'm thinking, Good. You got to get out of here while you can.
There's a part of me that during that whole entire conversation was locked into that, like, well, if that's what that takes for Myles to win a Super Bowl, go ahead. Like good for you. And I'd look at it the same way I looked at, like, when Dorr, for instance, went to the Mets, where I'm like, all right, if you think that puts you in a better spot, then that puts you in a better spot. Go ahead.
Well, and I think that's like, look at how Cowboys fans turned on Micah Parsons after Micah went through with his trade request. It was quick. When people realized he was done and wasn't the Cowboys, they flipped on him. We didn't flip on Myles until he went back on his word for money. And yet still, I'm watching the game yesterday thinking shame on the Cleveland Browns for wasting yet another Hall of Fame player who is a joy to watch. But this is the sad reality. As much as I feel that way, it's also tough to feel bad for Myles because he did take the money, right? He did. And by the way, it wasn't like a hard bargain. It was 6 weeks. He settled a trade request built on the premise of, I want to win Super Bowls. He settled that before free agency. T.J. Watt went into summer. Micah Parsons went into the summer, went into just about the regular season.
Crosby took it deeper.
Everyone had more conviction.
Hendrickson took it deeper.
But here's the thing. It's not even that. With Myles, Myles had static with Baker. Myles has had static with a lot. Myles apparently had static with Deshaun Watson at the end of, 2 years ago or last year. Like, part of me wants to be like, man, do better by Myles, shame on you. And I will. At the same point, I have to look at this and go, it's hard to truly feel bad for Myles because he got the money, and it was his decision. If this was really that untenable, he could have driven a harder bargain.
Yeah, and on the money side of things, I've always contended that, like Micah Parsons, if you got traded, you would have got the money regardless. Micah Parsons got a pay raise. He got $47 million a year. Like, when you get traded, I think so many people miss this, and for some reason it just drives me insane. When you get traded that way, the idea, if he got traded to Buffalo, if he got traded to Detroit, if he got traded to Philly, one of these teams we're talking about, he would have gotten the $40+ million a year anyway. He would have gotten it. And so, like, Myles decided to stay, and it was more than just the money, but he's in this own little prison that he put himself into, and it's hard to feel a lot of empathy and compassion for that. It just is.
Well, and listen, the whole thing's been weird, right? With him, this is where Myles does it to himself. I don't know if it's unwittingly or whether it's when he came back and people said, well, you said you needed to hear a good quarterback plan, and so did you hear what you wanted to hear? And he said, yep. Nobody in the world believes they said, we're going to get you Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and 2 rookies in this draft, and we're going to figure it out. Mm-hmm. There's no one believes that. So you were were you covering for them, or were you covering for yourself? Because part of what you had said previously was, they got to have a quarterback plan to get me back.
I've never been able to figure that out. At the time, the Browns still had the number 2 overall pick. You wonder if they went into that room and said, we're going to take one of these quarterbacks. This is it. And then they swerved off that plan once they got to, talking and figuring out more about these quarterbacks. I will go to my grave never knowing exactly what that plan was.
I mean, even Myles with the press conference where they had dinosaur cupcakes, and it was like a 7-year-old's birthday party. And then he declined to answer a majority of the questions or had short, terse answers in response, and it's just cascaded from there. Like, I have no problem if today you're confused as a Browns fan, whether you're mad at Myles for signing up for this or whether you're mad at the Browns for having Myles sign up for this, when, by the way, you can feel both things. I mean, it's okay to be confused about his role in this and how they're letting him down just every single year.
Well, but it's not like the Browns came out and made a bunch of signings and gave off the impression that they were going to be a 9 or 10 win football team this year. I mean, Vegas had them at 4.5 wins. Yeah. So like that part is where I have a hard time being like, I feel so bad for you, Myles, because you signed up for this. You knew this was coming. You should have drove a harder bargain. You really wanted to win Super Bowls. You should have drove a harder bargain. The same side of that, you just watched him destroy a game yesterday, and it looks like that's his fate. And I do believe, by the way, the idea when in the post game when he says that he would trade it all for a win yesterday. Like, I'm at a spot with Myles where I genuinely do believe he would give up the 5 sacks for a win yesterday.
Don't.
You don't?
No, not even a little bit.
No, I believe it at this point.
Myles, I think Myles is a bit of on an island. Myles is a bit different. Myles is not the end-all, be-all in leaders, no matter how many Sun Tzu books he reads. Like, I think Myles is a very What does Myles always say? What has Myles said previously? Like, hey, I'm doing as much as I can, right? I'm doing everything I can. That's about Myles. Myles is, for as great of a player is, there is a Myles first attitude there. That's why he took $40 million rather than to go winning somewhere. The money matters more. I understand it.
I think a lot of athletes at the heart of it, I think you'd have a hard time pressing them on ever putting the team first above the individual accolades, because it's just the reality of it. You get paid off your individual accolades, but watching him throw his helmet, watching him sit on the end of the bench, and this is not the first time we've ever seen him do this, and the press conferences and everything in between, I generally do believe he wants to win in a big way. I do.
I don't know how to say this. That felt performative.
Really?
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Ooh.
I just don't. Like, you had your chance to have your say. So if you're going to stomp around like a hippopotamus when you knew what this team was going to do, when you knew what this team was capable of, like, nobody pulled the wool over your eyes, Myles. Like, this isn't some great Santini moment. Like, no. You signed up for this for a big boatload of cash, which is okay. That's a decision to make. But you knew. He had to have known. He's too smart. He had to have known it could have gone and was likely to go this way. So do I think he's frustrated because the defense is good enough to be really, really good and they consistently get let down by the offense? Sure. But slamming your helmet down, I'm going to go sit. Now, that feels a little too orchestrated. That feels a little too, I'll say the word again, it felt way more performative than it did anything else. You have immense power in that organization. That's the way you utilize it, not by stomping around like a hippopotamus so everybody can know how upset you are.
Do hippopotamuses stop around in a magnificent way?
I think they do.
Okay, because you went back to it a second time. I wasn't sure.
I didn't want to secretly call like a rhinoceros a hippopotamus or like an elephant or something. I want to be very concise.
They're hungry.
I am also very hungry.
They're very, very dangerous.
And you know what? I stomp around like a hippopotamus.
But I didn't know that they were known for stomping around.
But no, I mean, I don't think I think Myles wants his 5 sacks and he wants to win. I don't think a concession is what Myles wants, and I think if he had his druthers, like even his answer and breaking Reggie White's the sack record before the age of 30.
Yeah.
It was like, well, Reggie's always been somebody that I hold myself against, but now it's time to pave my own way. I don't even know what that answer means. Well, now that I've passed him, he no longer matters, and it's on to Myles Town. Like,
do you think it was phony? Is that what that was to you?
Yes. And I think this is the problem, is that when Myles tries to lead or when Myles tries to come out in the public, it does feel phony. And so that's the other part of this that is just hard to buy. Like, listen,
I didn't take it as phony or anything like that. What I took it as is I think he took way too much in the Dolphins win, and I think he genuinely thought that this team might be turning a corner, and then it hit him right in the face somewhere around the second or third quarter of that game that this team is not very good, and they are in fact not going anywhere.
I think that's
hard. That was hard for a lot of fans watching that game too yesterday.
I think he told you he knew it was a shallow victory by his answer after saying we need to create winning habits. 1 win's fine. I think he told you. I think he knew that was coming, which makes the idea that he stomped around even more performative to me.
I didn't. The way his Friday press conference went and everything like that, it was just a little bit different. I wonder if he went to bed thinking that this team was way different than what it was, and then on Sunday he just had it reaffirmed. They are way closer to the team that we saw in every game outside of the Dolphins game than what we saw in the Dolphins game.
216-474-0092. Do you feel bad for Myles? We're going to take your calls on this one. As Myles says, we're going to play it coming back, talking about the 5 sacks versus getting a win, and the $40 million question for the Browns. It's one way Myles truly could lead. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan.
Your skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The Browns head into the bye week and all eyes are on Berea. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It doesn't get any easier. Each week you ask me. So I would throw the whole performance away for a win.
Myles Garrett talking about his historic day at the office yesterday, 5 sacks. And it wasn't just 5 sacks. He had a great chase down on Drake May. He had a couple other big plays in the run game and TFLs. And yet it was all for naught as the Browns got blown out. And I guess when I said it felt, I don't want to say that comment was performative. I just don't believe him because Myles has had a chance to do things that changed the end result here. And people can say, well, they had him under 2 years of control and they could have franchise tagged him, as if he's the only player that's the case of. Like, sure, the Dallas Cowboys had one less year of control of Micah Parsons. Micah made it uncomfortable enough and got it done. And how do you do that? You keep the fight a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if he kept the fight going longer and longer, we'd probably have more belief. But I really do believe at the heart of it that Myles just wants to win, and he's very tired of the losing. I don't think it's always as simple as... does he want to win more than he wants the money? Like with Myles, it feels like in certain days he wakes up and feels different ways about different things. But I mean, I don't look at what happened yesterday as performative. Him at the end of the bench and him slamming his helmet down and doing all that stuff. I think he's genuinely frustrated, but I think the frustration might be where a lot of Browns fans were yesterday, where we almost let us believe that the Dolphins game could be a turning point of sorts, or maybe this team was a little bit different than we anticipated. And yesterday just kind of reaffirmed, no, they stink, and they stink in a big way.
I just think Myles has to know better. I think he's got to understand what this quarterback room was, and like he made the decision to stay here. Now, what I would love to know is who does Myles put this on? Right? Does he look at this and go, this is on Kevin Stefanski, or does he look at this and say this is on Andrew Berry? Because I think that's where he doesn't have power anymore. He can't be traded. You heard Daryl Ryder an hour ago talk about how untradeable that contract is now. So that's out the window for at least the next 2 years. But Myles can show leadership by going straight to Jimmy Hasslam if he thinks things have gotten to a point of no return. That is something he can do.
Well, and then he's going to go through the media the way that he always does as well. And so, like, this is far from the end of what we've seen with Myles Garrett. It's just it's his reality, and it just. I don't know. I said earlier I didn't feel that much empathy or that much sympathy for him. And I really, truthfully, at the end of this, I really don't. It's not a you made your bed, you got to lie in it situation.
It is for me.
But there is a part of me, though, that understands. I think anybody as great as he is, to waste his career and not have a payoff that way does stink. Like, I thought Ken had the wrong person as far as example earlier today. Ken said it was Shohei Ohtani with the Angels. That's not true. That's not anywhere close to true. Shohei got out, and Shohei then is winning World Series with the Dodgers. It is Mike Trout, though, and like that I think is the correct one and the correct use of it. Where you're just an all-time game great and you just don't do anything of significance in the playoffs.
I just look at this and go, I actually want to go back to something you said. Don't do it through the media. That's what he's going to do. That's all he ever does. But that's the phony stuff. Like, you need to, if you really have a problem with where this is and you think we're going in the wrong direction, there's a guy atop the organizational mast at any point you can go to and say, this isn't working and here's why. He'll listen to anyone. We got homeless guys on the street offering opinions to Jimmy. We got a guy who doesn't live in the state of Ohio that gets to render opinions whenever he wants and just take an endless supply of Hasslam money to be like, has anyone thought about the process and not the results in Paul DePodesta? So I think, honestly, if Jimmy Hasslam's looking for anything, it is leadership. And this doesn't automatically mean that Myles has to turn on Stefanski or Berry. If you really believe that they're the right guys, but this is just an unfortunate situation and byproduct of the Deshaun trade, you should go to the Haslams and say that too. But you shouldn't do it through the media. Because honestly, it doesn't matter through the media. That's the same crap you've done for 7 years, and it hasn't gotten you anywhere.
Well, but it did win him the battle against him versus Baker. Like he's won.
And look where he is now.
He's won his own battles. I think there might be why he has to own some of the responsibility attached to all this, is that a lot of the things he asked for has been granted, and it's led this team to where they are. Like, he's had his hand in all of this, and in many ways he has been as much of a constructor of what this team is than anybody else. But with Hasslam and going to Hasslam directly, I do wonder, because Haslam's so influenced by the crowd and by the fan reaction, if Myles thinks that his voice is bigger by going through the fans and going to the media to then address the fans than it is just calling them up and saying, hey, Jimmy, this is what I think.
So I think, okay, if you do both, fine. I still think the media stuff's performative for Myles. He says one thing here, he says another thing there, and I think it just gets lost in the noise because, quite frankly, you don't have to be consistent with your messaging in 2025. You can talk whatever room you're in, you can talk to that room, and then it just doesn't matter. Nobody keeps track with it.
And he does that. He consistently goes from one thing to 1 week to the next.
But if you talk through the media, but you don't do it directly to Hasslam, again, you're more complicit in the losing. Like, you want to do leadership. Leadership isn't hyping people up before a Dolphins game that you're about to dog walk, right? That's not the only part of leadership. Leadership is having a say in what goes on. You are the highest paid guy in this organization. If you go to Jimmy Hasslam and say, these guys are it, don't fire them, that will carry weight in this organization. If you go to them and say, you know what, I love Kevin, great guy, I don't think he's the right coach, you are uniquely in a position to get that. Joel can't. Joel's 1 foot out the door and has stand for every damn coach publicly that he's had. Joel can't do that. Wyatt Teller's a free agent. They might just say, get the hell out of here, Wyatt, if Wyatt does that. Myles has got a long-term contract, which is untradeable because of that contract. He is the face of the organization. If he wants to lead, this is how you do it. Don't just do it through the media, because that stuff, I'll say it again, I'll use the word, that stuff doesn't always feel authentic. Often it feels performative in whichever way the wind blows with you on whichever day it is.
I wonder if he's tried to do it before with Stefanski. We've seen videos of him in the past, Stefanski giving those big rah-rah speeches after victories, and Myles is in the background rolling his eyes. Like, I wonder if this is already a road that he's gone down with Hasslam and voicing frustration about whether that's Barry, whether that's DePodesta, whether that's Stefanski. I just wonder if this is terrain he's already been down.
So maybe, but you need to be more specific. And honestly, this is what I would like Myles to say. So it probably wouldn't be what Myles would say. I would like Myles to go to Jimmy and say, I want football men to be leading this organization again. No disrespect to Paul DePodesta, right? No disrespect. Analytics is fine when it's a part of the equation. We've gone all analytics for a decade, and we've got 1 playoff win, and we've got 2 playoff appearances to show for it. All right? Andrew is a fine guy. I know he came up in scouting. He's also an analytics guy. Kevin Stefanski, very pro analytics. I want football guys. I want kneecap biters. I want leaders so that I don't have to do it all by myself. That's what he needs to go. Because Jimmy is enamored with this process that they've built, and the process is crap. I know, and you know, because we've watched it. It is crap. This thing, it works to some degree, but it does not work to the highest degree, which means it's an abject failure. It's been a decade. Get whoever is the fly in the ointment out of here and get real football people a la Mike Vrabel here.
I think if it was that simple, I think Myles would be doing that. I think part of the reason why he isn't, and again, we're doing a lot of guesswork attached to this because we don't know what private conversations Myles has had with Jimmy. We're not privy to that. But I do wonder if Myles looks at the situation and says, basically, I embarrassed the Browns franchise for about 6 weeks straight, made them all look like fools, tried to dance on their grave while getting out, didn't get out, and they rewarded me with a paycheck. But in the meanwhile, Jimmy Hasslam has already basically made it clear he believes in Barry, he believes in Stefanski and DePodesta more than he believes in my own voice. And so, like in this instance, maybe Myles just looks at it and says, I can't go to the owner because the owner cares more about their opinions than they do my opinion, and that's my reality. So I use the media, and I use the voice that I have through the media to then express what I feel. It's just a thought because we don't have the answers to this.
I think this is a fair, I don't want to say hypothetical, but fair conjecture. I would also say that's not real leadership. Getting shot down once and then being like, well, I guess I tried, that's not real leadership. Continuing to stand for what this organization needs and not doing it just performatively when you bang your head, your helmet on the ground or sitting on the other end of the bench and let everybody know how upset you are with this because you don't want to be associated with losing. Yeah, that's not leadership. Or at least that in and of itself is not leadership. All right? If Jimmy Hasslam tells you no three times, go back for a fourth. Leadership is fair.
We don't know how many times he's gone to Hasslam and made suggestions or done this and has been shot down.
But, like, if he said no 3 times, or if he said no 1 time, or he said no 10 times, go back for an 11th time. Go back for a 4th time. Go back for a 2nd time. Because there's one guy. There really is. There's nobody else on this roster that has the kind of pull Myles has at this moment. So, okay, you're upset. Cool. You did the stuff on the sideline yesterday, right? You talked about how I don't necessarily believe you'd give up 5 sacks for 1 win. Okay. Put it into action. You already did it once with the public stuff. You already did it with a trade request. Let's see. Because the longer you're here and the longer you take that $40 million, the more you just come back to, well, he was part of running Baker off. Well, he wanted to leave, but then he took 40. He chose money over winning.
I know, but it does when you have games like that, it does make him the martyr in this whole entire situation. It takes the convos away from you took $40 million, so you have to sit with this, and it moves the conversations to, wow, just like Joe Thomas, they're wasting your career as well. And if I know Myles the way I think we know Myles is probably not upset with that being the image that is being portrayed.
Let's go with Clark in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, Clark in Cleveland.
Hey, how's it going? It's really tough to listen to you right now. You know, especially I'm trying to keep my eye on the goalpost as you move it all over the field. It's moving constantly. You know, you said that he should have done what Micah did. And then you say don't go to the media. Well, what did Micah do? He went to the media. But that's what you just said he shouldn't do.
No, real quick. I said you shouldn't just go to the media. I said you should also make sure to go to the...
You said that after you kind of realized that's what Micah did. But you say you should go to the owner. Well, last time that we know that he went to the leader or tried to go to Hasslam wouldn't meet with them. Remember that?
Yeah, that was about a contract. It's not about the state of the Browns.
He wouldn't meet with him.
Yeah, because he wanted to get traded, and Jimmy didn't want to acquiesce to that, so he deferred him to Andrew Berry. This is about Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski.
So he's talking about going to Jimmy about what Berry is supposed to Berry's job, and you don't think he's going to refer him back to Berry because it's Berry's job.
Yeah, so he shouldn't try. He should just give up and continue to pout around.
So yeah. Well, to a degree. Now, this is the other thing. You're expecting him to have more power now when he's deeper into the contract and deeper into the Browns.
It's a different kind of power. It's not. We're not talking about getting traded power. We're talking about the kind of power you can exert when you're the highest, highest paid player. Clark, will you make a friggin' point that actually makes sense instead of arguing about things I've already said?
I didn't know you were this good a dancer. Power is power. You can't now he is not that type of power. He needs this type of power.
No, I'm saying how you exalt.
You just don't like Myles Garrett, and you've been not like Myles Garrett for about a month now.
No, this is the problem. This is the entire problem with everything. I either got to kiss his ass all the way, or I've got to blast him all the way. There's no in between. I mean, for the love of God, guys, he's a singularly great football player who's also synonymous with losing, throwing temper tantrums about losing when he signed up for it. You can criticize the Browns for failing Myles, which they have done endlessly. They have failed him in no shortage of ways, and Myles has failed to be the leader they need as well. I bet you if you put Myles in a DeLorean right now and said, take him back, hey, would you just mend things with Baker so we can get back to trying to win there? I bet you he would.
Mm-hmm.
But he has done things that have gone counterintuitive to leadership countless times. And there is a difference in using your power to try and get traded and using your power for trying to better the organization. And by the way, to your point, it doesn't mean that Jimmy Hasslam would do a damn thing. But that's not the point. You're trying to get the results you want, understanding it might not happen. If you don't do it, which again, we'll see if he does, if you don't do it, that's the failure. I still am trying to figure out what Clark was saying.
Clark said a lot. He built a museum of lazy arguments there. I don't know what to tell you.
216-474-0092. We do have quite a few calls on this. What's the tipping point for Myles Garrett? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Fan.
kids and our cell phones. Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Put him through a pregame warm-up, and obviously just didn't feel like he was ready to play. He's getting better every day, and I'm hopeful that he'll continue to improve.
Why wouldn't you, just to see if it does anything to the offense, give him an opportunity to go in there and play?
Yeah, obviously my focus is where we are right now, Mary Kay. That's not my focus.
Okay, where is your focus? I think that's...
I'd like to know where his focus is.
Yeah, it seemed... Okay.
Wouldn't it be on the most important position in the sport that you are the head coach of?
I mean, I would say it's the most important position on an offense that is struggling to score 17 points a game. I would say something like that. Yeah, it feels like that's where your focus would be.
It'd be like in crippling debt because of credit cards, and then your wife's like, so what should our focus be moving forward? And you're like, well, you know what? I think we just have to focus on the paycheck each and every week. I think we did. That's how we get this down. It's like maybe focus on the big credit card debt. Maybe just focus on that for a little bit.
I find that if you just ignore debt, it does. You stop thinking about
That's Stefanski's approach now. It's the same as that thought process of no, if I ignore the quarterback spot, it'll eventually take care of itself. No, it won't.
Sounds right to me.
No, it won't.
216-474-0092. I'm going to go back on that's not my focus right now. It feels like more confirmation of the take that I had about the quarterback situation at the start of the show, where it's like it was not an accident that yesterday Stefanski said everything's on the table. Dylan's my starter. I don't think that was a coincidence. We can haggle to what end. I think it was him throwing that out there as a chip, because then if somebody other than Dylan has to start 2 weeks from now, you get to go, well, what happened? And then that paints the organization a certain sort of way.
Is he going to get what he wants?
Yeah, I do. I do think Dylan's starting against the Jets. I don't know why. No, I do know why. He believes in Dylan and he doesn't believe in Shedeur. And I think Kevin will go to Shedeur only when he has no other options. I think thinks he has other options now. And when things are impossibly bleak. And I don't think he thinks they're impossibly bleak yet.
Yeah, he needs to wake up then, because right now they feel impossibly bleak as long as Dylan's the starting quarterback. I guess I'm trying to wait until basically the thought partners and Hasslam and everyone else up above says, okay, you can think one thing, but now we're going to force you to do another.
I mean, I also think it might be when he gets behind closed doors, he whether it's a guarantee for his own safety or whether it's a guarantee that he can go back to Dylan if Shedeur has, I think you asked a question in the pre-show meeting that I think is really prescient, which is, what's the plan after Shedeur?
Mm-hmm.
It could be as simple as, how long do I have to stay with the kid if he's bad? Or if I think he's bad.
Well, okay, if he moves off of Dylan right now, then that number would be 4 games. Because it was 4 games for Flacco, it was 4 games for Dylan. It seems like 4 games is all they're willing to offer up anybody.
And I would imagine that either Kevin wants to keep Dylan in there until the Browns absolutely have no chance to do anything, to pull the nose up on this thing, including the offense, or just be able to go back to Dylan very quickly if Shedeur. Again, it's up to him, because he thinks Dylan's been good enough if you hear his words. So I would not put it past Kevin to play Shedeur to acquiesce to somebody, and if the kid doesn't look any better than Dylan, Gabriel, go see it wasn't the quarterback and then try to go back to Dylan.
But part of the big problem is the idea that Stefanski thinks he can win with anybody, and for some reason he's gotten in his brain, and maybe this is too many people telling him that he's a quarterback whisperer or he's Kyle Shanahan or all these other things. He thinks he can win with anybody, and he just can't. I got 12 quarterbacks now. I'm building my own quarterback Stefanski graveyard. I got 12 quarterbacks. He's approaching quarterback number 13, and he hasn't been able to get any of them to stick.
216-474-0092. What do you make of Kevin Stefanski saying, when it comes to playing Shedeur, that's not where my focus is at? and then not really offering where the focus really is. I don't know. Let's go with Adam in Green. Welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas. I used to be a big Stefanski fan. I did think when he came here that he was a good coach. But now looking back over the years, yes, he's won Coach of the Year award twice. That's great. But there were dynamics to that he necessarily didn't control. The year number one, it was the team that he inherited was loaded with offensive firepower. I think a lot of coaches could have come in and had a winning record with that team. And then the second year, Joe Flacco just out of nowhere became Superman off of the couch. And we see now that probably wasn't because of him. The fact that he is just non-committal to Shedeur in any way, you guys drafted him. You don't draft players to not give them any sort of opportunity, especially when we're in the situation that we're in, where we can look at this season and almost consider it a failure. It has been a failure already, but the end of the season ultimately being a failure, and to stick with something that is clearly not working makes absolutely no sense, and to give no answers, no responses, no anything to the questions on why, I think is just ridiculous. And my true opinion is I think somebody higher than him, and we know there's only two people higher than him, need to kind of stick their nose in a little bit and maybe help us figure out why. Because we're the reason that all of this exists. If there weren't fans, Stefanski would not be a football coach in the NFL. That's how that works. If we weren't fans, the Haslams wouldn't own a football team and Andrew Berry wouldn't be a general manager. We're owed something, and we're given nothing. All we're giving is this product on the field that is subpar, that nobody wants to see. Everybody is asking to see something, and he is just blatantly ignoring it and not doing it. And I would say, if you would go into the locker room and you would ask every single player in that locker room, do you want to see Shedeur get an opportunity? And you say, this is going to be anonymous. Nobody's going to ever say the answer that you said. It would be so much more yes than no. And it's just to the point where, why is this guy still around? What team, other than the Browns, would allow this to just continue to happen and be so mismanaged that we're losing games just out of stubbornness of our head coach at this point?
So there's a lot that you said there that we like, Adam, and we appreciate you, buddy. Here's the catch-22. I don't know that I want Andrew Berry or Paul DePodesta or Jimmy Hasslam inserting themselves into these conversations with Kevin Stefanski any more than I want Kevin being in that discussion himself. Like you try and look for who's going to be the adult in the room, and I think they've proven to you time and time again, nobody. They're going to reach a quorum. It's going to be the dumb decision or a bad decision or a decision that won't work out, even if it's defensible. And that's the problem. Is there's no saving grace. There's no guardian angel here.
Yeah, at times it almost feels like you just have too many cooks in the kitchen to even try to run out a concrete plan and stick to it. Like if they're always consulting one another and then they're constantly jockeying for which person gets to make this call versus which person makes this call, I do wonder if you just have too many people involved in this whole operation to ever have success.
216-474-0092. We'll throw that out there. Are there too many cooks in the kitchen for the Cleveland Browns? Maybe they just can't cook worth a bleep. If you get a bunch of people who don't know how to cook individually and throw them into a room with steak tartare, they're going to screw it up. Maybe that's just what we have. Nathan Segura, Browns analyst. I don't even know what steak tartare is. It sounds delicious, though. Nathan Segura on the Browns' bad offense and Myles Garrett's big day in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
abomination.
Well, now let me make sure.
Safeties on intentional grounding. It's just stupid.
The intentional grounding.
Stupid football, and I'm not going to deal with stupid football.
The intentional grounding will not get the run that the Orlovsky running out of the back of the end zone did. It should. In many ways, this was worse.
His
Let's
whole
move on with
thought
life.
was to just not get sacked.
My God.
And he didn't think about what he was doing. That's high school stuff.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Be the ninth caller right now at 216-474 to below 92 to win a pair of tickets to see Foo Fighters with Queens of the Stone Age August 10th at Huntington Bank Field. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. It's all from Live Nation and 92.3 The Fan.
Foo Fighters. It's very exciting. That's I got very ridiculously over the top excited. I've never seen the Foo Fighters. I've never seen Queens of the Stone Age. Those are two of my favorite bands. So one way, by hook or by crook, I'll be going to see that concert, even if it's bad weather. That I like bands when I'm like, I don't give a rip what the weather is. Yeah. I'm seeing it.
Even by yourself, you'd see it.
Yes. Well, I mean, yes.
I saw Dave Grohl at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony a couple years ago when that was there, and everyone came out. Like Chappelle came out, Taylor Swift was there, Jay-Z, all these people. He was awesome. Yeah.
I have no
Paul
doubt.
McCartney, he was there, and I was like, and
did you go see him?
Grohl, Paul McCartney came out, and he was like, he tried singing. We'll put it that way. He tried singing. He did his best, but I think Dave Grohl was most impressive out of just about everyone.
Look at that. So again, good luck on the tickets there, and good luck with what we've been seeing over the last couple Sundays to talk about the Browns' latest blowout loss and so much more. We head out to the fan hotline. Usually we talk to our guest here, Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, at 4:40. Today it's at 5. We do have the lead coming up in about 20 minutes as well. Nathan, welcome back to the show, buddy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, outside of a lot of things that happened yesterday, we got to give Myles Garrett a significant amount of credit for 5 sacks, breaking the franchise record for a single game. So outside of what happened at the end of the game, just where does that game or that performance by Myles fall on the all-time favorite Myles performances for you?
Yeah, it's got to be up there near the top. I mean, you think about the fact that they dropped back 34 times, and 5 of those ended with a Myles Garrett sack. That's outrageous. I mean, that is insane. 2 off of, obviously, the all-time record. Derek Thomas had 7 in a game. It was an incredible performance. He now leads the league in sacks. He leads the league in tackles for a loss, and that, to me, is maybe even more impressive because last year he led the NFL in tackles for loss with 22. He's got 15 this year through 8 games. 15. So, yeah, just an incredible performance. And, you feel bad. You feel bad for him, that he deserves better. He is certainly, not resting on his laurels after getting a big contract with things, around him that are not necessarily up to the standard that he is exuding. And he's, I think should be the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year again this year. Just incredible, really.
Kevin Stefanski says Dylan Gabriel will be the quarterback and remain the quarterback. What did you see from the rookie in start number 4?
It's been tough, is the honest answer. It's been really tough with Dylan Gabriel. Still not able to push the ball down the field. I think he's, you can tell that his process is sped up and he's very quick to get the ball out of his hands and to check it down. And I think that, they're going to have to take a real hard look at things over these 2 weeks in terms of the self-scout from a scheme standpoint and also from, Dylan for himself, because you can't live, he's got the lowest ADOT, which is average depth of target in the NFL among all quarterbacks. You can't live underneath like that. You have got to, at some point, challenge the defense because what's happened is defenses have condensed the field. And you know how hard it is to operate your offense in the red zone? Well, it's like we're perpetually in the red zone because it's a condensed field where the ball is going to go. That's allowing teams to really stack the box, which is making life hard the last couple of weeks for Quinshon Judkins. So we haven't seen enough good. Poor decision, I thought, on the deep ball that was intercepted, and then the throw to Njoku, would have been short of the 6 anyway, and he's thrown short of the 6, I think, in third down, even on 4th downs far too often, but that was an errant throw well behind him. So it was not his best performance. And it was a game where you needed him to be an elevator and to be a part of the reason that you won. I kind of said 2 weeks ago, that had to be the Quinshon Judkins game against Miami, and it was in combination with obviously a great defensive effort. But this one, if you were going to beat the Patriots, you knew it was going to have to be a Dylan Gabriel game where he really elevated things, got the ball down the field, made big plays with his arm, and we just unfortunately did not see that.
Nathan, obviously when you're having trouble scoring points, you're putting together drives, it's easy to go, well, the quarterback's not good, the wide receivers aren't good, the O-line's not good, you can't run, all these kind of things. When you look at this offense, I know there's been plenty of things people can react to on the negative, but offensively, what do you think we can rely on as you try and get this on the right side of where you need to be?
Well, I think when you watch it, Quinshon Judkins is somebody that you certainly can rely on. It's been tough sledding, but even with the tough sledding, he's still able to make big plays, and we've seen him hit, those 4 explosive runs of more than 30 yards this year. Had another one that was called back against Minnesota. I think you can rely on him. Harold Fannon's had a very good rookie season as well, and he's been good and reliable. And the tight ends really both have been pretty reliable in the pass game. But when you watch the tape, the thing that's frustrating is at times, at least once a game, if not twice, Isaiah Bond gets deep and it just has not turned into anything. And I think, that's got to change, because right now what you cannot rely on is your ability to stress defenses vertically and to get explosive plays in the pass game. And that has been a real problem for this offense. And that's something that's got to change. It has to, if this team wants to have any chance to go on any kind of a run here in the second half.
Yeah, you mentioned frustrating, on that, just 2 receptions by receivers the entire game, but Jerry Jeudy just targeted twice, no receptions, and it seemed like an odd game plan to just not be able to get the ball to Jerry Jeudy, and they've not been able to get the ball enough to Jerry.
No, and I wonder, if they'll look at that and say, maybe we need to incorporate some just easy ones early in games to get him the football, because those 2 targets came late in the game, and it was something on the broadcast that we certainly were aware of, and it's kind of been a theme. There have been multiple games where he hasn't really gotten a target, into the second or even third quarter of games. And so he is your number one receiver, and then certainly showed last year. Guy had over 1,200 yards, went to the Pro Bowl, had over 90 catches, one of the great receiving seasons in Browns history. And right now, it's tough to get it going. You mentioned just 2 receiver catches this week. We only had 5 the week before. That's 7 catches by wide receivers in the last 8 quarters. I mean, that's a hard stat to get your mind around, and that has got to change bigly. And you can say, we don't, and, weapons are part of it. Talent is certainly part of it. Offensive line, you need them to protect you. The quarterback to be willing to throw the football and deliver on time, and all of those things. But that is not winning football in the year 2025, obviously.
Nathan Segura, Browns analyst on the Fan Hotline here. So one of the common things I think fans shout out, and I'm just curious to get maybe your opinion on kind of what they're throwing out. Open up the game plan. They call the game plan vanilla. Do you agree that there are maybe some things you can do game plan wise to open this up, and or do you think that that's just something we say when the offense isn't very productive?
I think it's one of those things where in the NFL, winning makes everything look better and losing makes everything look worse. I think that there certainly have been plays and opportunities in games. Even I remember watching the tape from the Pittsburgh game. There were plays in that game. You had plays in this game where we could have gotten the ball down the field, and for whatever reason, it's just not happening. So I do think, obviously, they'll take a look at everything from a scheme standpoint to see, hey, can we maybe use formations or motions a little bit differently to get better looks, get more advantageous looks. And if we can, that certainly will help. But one of the things that I thought was very interesting about this last game is you go into it and you looked at it going into the week, the Patriots are one of the biggest nickel teams in the NFL. They lived in their nickel defense. They played it, one of the top rates in the league. And so they were a very low percentage base team. Well, against us, they played a ton of base defense. Even when we were in 11 personnel, because that was saying to me they were not afraid of our passing operation, and whether that is our line's ability to block, whether it's our quarterback's ability to decipher what's going on and willingness to take those shots and deliver the football, or our receiver's ability to make plays deep down the field. They didn't seem to care. And until we can change that, and that I think is a combination of a lot of things, I think it's going to be more of the same. So that should be a matchup we should love teams to play that base, because, number one, I think our tight ends have a matchup against them in terms of, what they can do matched up with linebackers. And then on the other side of it, that should give us an advantage with our in 11 personnel for sure, because that means a linebacker or safety's on one of our receivers. That should be an advantage for the Browns. It just has not manifested itself that way, and I think that is a combination, like I said, and Kevin Stefanski has set up a great many factors, but that needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed quickly if this offense is going to be complementary to what has been a very good defense.
What goes into when you watch them in the opening drive? It just looks very solid. It looks very everything is right, and I know a lot of that is scripted. But then the Patriots get in their base defense, as you talk about. There's nothing exotic really happening, and then it just kind of feels like the rest of the game was an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's tough. On the touchdown, you got a late motion or a late shift with the tight end that caused confusion, and Robert Spillane, who was supposed to probably cover Harold Fannin, decided he was just going to try to get to the quarterback before he could throw the ball to Fannin. That's an easy touchdown. You get a nice win from Fannin on a 3rd and 11. That could have been a 3-and-out that drive. But you get that 3rd down conversion, so you had some things that worked in your favor. You're right. I think it also is a little bit telling when you try 2 gimmick plays in one drive that you're not as confident in the ability to just line up and play, normal, what we would call quote-unquote traditional offense. And that's a problem. Mike Vrabel kind of intimated that, in his post-game presser yesterday. There's a lot that's got to be cleaned up on offense. This offense is not operating at a level that it needs to operate at. And as I said, it's for a variety of reasons, but we need to fix one by one, get those things fixed, because, you have a defense that is, like, for example, in the first half of this game, this defense played well. Yeah, yes, you gave up some yards, but you didn't break. You were down 9-7 at the half. Should have been 10. You had a missed field goal there. Should have been up 10-9 in worst case scenario. And then after a while, they're just on the field so much. The Browns offense had 7 straight possessions after that opening drive that didn't go for more than 20 yards. And that just puts your defense on the field too much, gives them too many opportunities when you got a quarterback like Drake May and a play caller like Josh McDaniels, to come up with things to take advantage of our defense. And it's a league where it's geared for the offense. It's just hard to play good defense for that long. And I think you look at the 3 road games where we ended up giving up a lot of points, but they were kind of similar. You did a good job early on in Baltimore. You did a good job early on in Detroit. You did a good job early on here. And then eventually I think the defense gets a little bit worn down. You had 6 sacks and 2 turnovers from the defense. That typically should be a winning performance.
Nathan, speaking of that defense, Carson Schlesinger banged up. I know I don't think the team has said how long he could be out, but there's some speculation it could be potentially 4 to 6 weeks. If he's out for a significant chunk of time, how do you handle the absence of Schlesinger, who looks like a pretty, I would say, instrumental piece of that defense in his rookie season?
I think Devin Bush would probably move to the Mike linebacker, and then you're going to need Jerome Baker and Mahmoud Diabate to step up in that second linebacker role. And Diabate had to do it last year, had over 70 tackles on that road. Jerome Baker has done it before in his career. He's got 3 100-tackle seasons. So that's what you're going to need. It's going to be next man up. Now, there was some, I thought, good news from the press conference from Stefanski, which was, they didn't think that he was going to need to go on IR. So IR would be 4 games. You have the bye week, so IR would be, the 4 weeks. So maybe there's some optimism that it won't quite be that severe or that long of a recovery period for Schlesinger, who's been, look at this rookie class is your leading passer, your leading rusher, your leading receiver in Harold Fannin, your leading tackler on defense. This rookie class you got some significant contributions, and, Judkins got banged up in that game. Schlesinger got banged up in that game. That was the other thing. It wasn't just, you didn't get banged up a little bit on the scoreboard. There were a lot of injuries in that game as well. Fortunately, it sounds like Schlesinger is the only one that could be significant, but it sounded, like I said, Stefanski saying he might not need to go on the IR.
Nathan, great stuff as always. We enjoy you every single Monday. Enjoy the bye, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Nathan Zegura there, Browns analyst. If you guys didn't hear his tribute to Jimmy to start the game yesterday, Jimmy Donovan, it was so awesome. It was typical Nathan. He spoke from the heart. It was great to hear. I didn't get to hear it in real time, and everybody kept telling me. I begged Keith to pull it for me so I could listen to it, and I just thought the Browns in general, the broadcasting crew did a great job of honoring Jimmy Donovan yesterday, the 1-year anniversary of his passing. So I want to make sure I said that as well.
Yeah, I mean, no question. I heard the tribute and the sentiment as well. I mean, you miss Jimmy all the time. Like there's so many moments you think about him and you think about how he would have called that play, and I mean, there's no other way to look at it. He was the voice of the Browns, and he just meant a great deal to a lot of people in this area.
So we're going to push the lead till 6:00, and mostly because I want to play what Nathan had to say about the quarterback spot, and ask the question I think we have yet to ask today. Is it time to go to Shedeur Sanders? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's been really tough with Dillon Gabriel. Still not able to push the ball down the field. I think he's you can tell that his process is sped up and he's very quick to get the ball out of his hands and to check it down. And I think that, you're going to have to take a real hard look at things over these 2 weeks in terms of the self-scout from a scheme standpoint and also from, Dillon for himself, because you can't live, he's got the lowest ADOT, which is average depth of target in the NFL among all quarterbacks. You can't live underneath like that. You have got to, at some point, challenge the defense, because what's happened is defenses have condensed the field. And you know how hard it is to operate your offense in the red zone? Well, it's like we're perpetually in the red zone because it's a condensed field where the ball is going to go. That's allowing teams to really stack the box, which is making life hard the last couple of weeks for Quinshon Judkins. So we haven't seen enough good. It was not his best performance, and it was a game where you needed him to be an elevator and to be a part of the reason that you won.
Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, joining us in the previous segment. As I had stated, the lead is coming up in about 40 minutes there. Here's the catch-22. If we want to get to the root of, before we get to Shedeur, before we get to Stefanski and the offense and how bad Dillon was yesterday, I believe the more Dillon plays, that things will slow down for the supercomputer. Agreed. Think that should happen. That makes sense, because that's all I've ever heard football players and specifically quarterbacks say.
Oh, you meant slow down in a good way?
Yes.
The supercomputer definitely slowed down on that safety play in a way that I thought we had to get the thing humming a little bit faster.
No. We're talking about good slow down, not bad slow down.
Okay.
Not brain fart on the football field like we did on the safety. So I believe that to be true. The problem is, this is who Dillon is. Like, stylistically, one of the reasons why you and I just did not like him, beyond the fact that he is a tiny young man.
That was a big part of it, though.
That was a big part of it.
I like my quarterbacks to be able to be tall enough to ride the ride.
You just have to be this tall to ride the ride. That's all you need.
I just can't have you be 5'9".
If you can't go on the Ferris wheel, I just don't know why we would have you there. He's a tiny little guy. You spent the money on the tickets. You should want to be able to ride the ride. But a lot of it also was the stylistic play, that he's not a guy that's going to push the ball down the field consistently. So your big problem now is everyone's clued in on the fact he's not going to throw the ball down the field, and he's not making the reads shallow, very quick, and so even when he does throw the right play, it's 3 seconds too late.
Oh, the script is so easy against the Browns now. You just load up everyone to try to stop Quinshon, and then you dare Dillon to beat you, and Dillon can't beat you. Like, that's it. And like, the tight ends both had a really solid game between Njoku and Fannin. And it's like, well, that's obvious. The Patriots stink at covering tight ends. But, why didn't they continue to go back to that then?
I don't think anyone has an answer, other than Kevin Stefanski saying they have to coach better.
There's so many things that made that game so alarmingly stupid. And a lot of that is at the base of Stefanski. How do you have Jerry Jeudy just have 2 targets in a game? What happened there?
By the way, Kevin said today, well, yeah, we got to look at the game plan on that one. You think?
Even yesterday. Well, yesterday I thought he took more onus on it. I thought yesterday he took more of a responsibility for it, of being like, yeah, that's not really how we ever draw it up, which was then interesting to hear him kind of go back on that a little bit today. But there's so many things that are just consistently just don't make sense within a game plan for Stefanski. But is it him being handcuffed by who Dillon Gabriel is? Or is it just the reality that Stefanski's just fried his brain and can't really figure out how to operate with these guys now?
I think it's really... So this is getting to the Shedeur part of this, and whether... I think Dillon Gabriel starting against the Jets. I think we should all move forward with that idea in mind, because I don't think Kevin is where everybody else is, where it's like, I've seen enough of him. He's part of the problem. You have to try something different. I think we're seeing Dillon against the Jets, and I think it's as simple as that.
Well, so here's the scary part. If I was someone, and I am someone rooting to see Shedeur Sanders, Joe Flacco, we've heard lowest ADOT in the league before. Joe Flacco had it in his 4 games that he was here. Remember, we had a guest on who was basically laughing at the idea that Flacco had a 5 ADOT average depth of target, and now you heard Nathan right there talk about it with Dillon Gabriel. Same story. So if you brought Shedeur in, Are we going to see something different? Or is Stefanski's brain just really broke when it comes to trying to figure out offenses and what they should be doing?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Shedeur, I don't need to see Shedeur throw screen passes.
I don't either.
I don't need to see, hey, that little end around you did with Corley was okay. You've had it twice. It's worked the 2 times you've done it. I don't really need to see that again unless there's going to be like a counteraction that might surprise people. I think the catch-22 here is I don't think you're so far in the weeds with Dylan that it's like beyond the pale, like it's beyond reason that it might not slow down for him, especially with 2 weeks to prepare for a bad Jets defense. At the same point, one more loss, if God forbid you got blown out by the Jets coming off the bye, I think competitiveness is done, and what are you going to be putting Shedeur into? Like sweet spot of when you play Shedeur is that, okay, the offense is struggling, but you still have hope for the team in general. I don't know what that. I don't think that the sweet spot's going to arrive.
Yeah, no, it's really tough, and I'm struggling with a lot of it because I think you're right. I think out of the bye, it'll still be Dylan Gabriel's job. But like you mentioned, like the game's slowing down for him. Even if the game was at a snail's pace, it's not going to help the idea that his brain malfunctioned within the safety play. It's not going to help the idea that Isaiah Bond up the sideline tried to come back like 10 yards and slow his feet down, even be able to try to have a play on it. Like, it's not going to help his interception that he had where he finally threw the ball 40 yards down the field and it was nowhere close. Like the game can go as slow as you want it to go. It's not going to help out those things with Dylan.
Here's another thing I struggle with when it comes to Dylan Gabriel. Everyone was all too ready to move on from Joe Flacco and put it all on Joe Flacco. The offense has to get better, moving away from Joe Flacco into Dylan Gabriel. And listen, there were a lot of legitimate reasons why people believed that. There were a lot of reasons why when it happened, you and I weren't like putting up protest signs saying, no, please stop, because we believed that Kevin believed in Dylan Gabriel, and quite frankly, the offense the first 4 weeks was non-functional. That's not an NFL offense they put out there. Mm-hmm. The problem is now 4 weeks into this, it's still not a functional offense. So there's a part of like, I very rarely will go here, but when people say, well, it could get worse moving to a new quarterback, I don't even think that's about Shedeur. I think that's about the fact of having 3 quarterbacks in 9 weeks is really hard to build anything of consequence, even if you're doing it because of injury. Like I don't know that you're putting Shedeur in a position to succeed. I don't know you're putting the offense in a position to succeed. Like, I don't think, and this is maybe the better way of putting it, I'm ambivalent. If they went to Shedeur, I'd be like, I get it. If they stuck with Dylan Gabriel, I'd say, well, I wouldn't do that, but I also get it. Like, they're in a situation where there's no way that I look at and go, that's a win for everybody involved.
So where I'm at right now isn't necessarily seeing Shedeur get on the field and be awesome, because I think there's a lot wrong with Stefanski right now and how he calls plays and how he figures out game plans. It's more the idea, and this is what kind of makes me mad about the whole situation, Nick, is that to me it feels like everything has been confirmed with what I believe throughout this entire process, that Dylan Gabriel is not better than Shedeur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel shouldn't have had preferential treatment. Dylan Gabriel shouldn't have had all the number one snaps that he's had, and it's just I don't believe in their evaluation of quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. And so I can honestly believe that whether this is a million other people or myself, I feel like the idea that Shedeur is better than Dylan Gabriel has never been more truthful than today, and they don't know what they're doing when it comes to what they want out of quarterbacks and how to evaluate quarterbacks to begin with.
So I agree with you, because I thought Shedeur was the better quarterback prospect right there with you than Dylan Gabriel. Where you and I parted was I wouldn't have taken him to, you would have. I think what's interesting is, and this is another, all I have is kernel of doubt right now. Like, at least when you went from Flacco to Dylan, there was a lot of things I could grab onto, even if I didn't believe in the quarterback, right? Now it's like, well, okay, this is how bad Dylan's looked, and he's gotten every first-team rep imaginable for a third-round pick since going back to minicamps. Shedeur hasn't. And there is that part of me that's like, I mean, at what point are you just lining the kid out in front of the worst possible situation because you've dogged him by not giving him the right amount of reps.
Well, and I always think environment matters a ton. And this is where, if you were to ask a Shedeur Sanders fan and the people from Colorado, they would tell you that the man, he just rises above every occasion that he's been put in. And so the banking that they would have is that he could rise above what Stefanski has delivered and what Stefanski would do with him. My problem with that is that I watched Joe Flacco just have these golden handcuffs on and not be able to do anything. And then you go watch him in Cincinnati, and he's a completely different player. And so it does scare me. Part of this I do get scared by the idea that I think Stefanski just wants to run these offenses where you just don't throw the ball deep at all. You basically have nothing creative happening, and you're just kind of stuck in the mud. And it's a little concerning. Yes, it is.
Now I can tell you the one reason I would, because I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to come out and be like bench Dylan Gabriel. I'm not. There's not a clear path forward that I can go. This is a foolproof way out, or even a way out that has an incredible amount of success because you haven't been preparing Shedeur for the moment. So I don't just want to see the kid just to see something different, and then you put the kid in a position to fail. I'll tell you the one reason why I would seriously consider it, though. I think the kid's got the right energy. I think he's got that football thing that Baker had, that certain quarterbacks just have, that even if you don't like the guy, you want to play for him. And I don't know that Dylan has that. I think people like Dylan. I think it's like Kevin Stefanski. I'm sure there are guys in there that think Dylan's just a great dude. I'm sure there are guys in there who think he'll be a pro for a decade.
Yeah, they're not putting up the wrist up, though.
Yes, and I think that's where I think Shedeur can take an ass whooping and get up and still smile it off. I think Dylan very well is putting further pressure on himself, and I think it's making him a worse football player because that kid is wound tightly. And I think you saw it against the Steelers when he tried to grab at the Steelers player jersey.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny as hell. I loved every second of that.
Yeah.
That was my quarterback for that one play. But I think you're seeing it. Like this kid he's turtling with the pressure. And I don't think Shedeur will.
No, I don't think Shedeur
do buy
will
that
either.
line that he is built for this.
And as far as seeing Dylan anymore, I'm good. I'm okay. I've seen enough.
Well, my thing is, like, I can't co-sign a plan that I'm like, well, you screwed this one up and you really were invested in this one. You're not as invested in this other kid.
The idea
How do I
behind
know
this,
you're going to be invested?
The idea behind this, and this is where it becomes interesting to myself, is that he would have to be able to rise above what I believe right now is just a really bad Kevin Stefanski. Mm-hmm. This version of Stefanski, it's not the version that we saw a few years ago. This version of Stefanski is different, and this version isn't good. And so he'd have to rise above that and basically make Stefanski into a spot where we think he's good again, despite him absolutely doing nothing of value, and it just being Shedeur being the one that carries it.
But he'd have to do that on top of rising above an offensive line, which is problematic. He'd have to rise above a running game that his own head coach won't commit to consistently because I don't know, he likes throwing the ball more with a diminutive quarterback. Like,
no, the obstacles are there.
There's just so much he has. If he was just overcoming Kevin Stefanski, I think I could co-sign the plan.
Those obstacles are still going to be there in week 12, the same way they're going to be there starting off against the Jets coming out of the bye. Those obstacles aren't going away.
That's fair. And in fairness to what you're saying, that team, I think, still might have a chance. They still might a little bit believe that they can win right now. That is when I want to deploy Shedeur, not before all the years taken out of the season.
Yeah, and we're getting to that spot where there's pretty close to being taken out of the season.
216-474-0092. I can see reasons you stay with Dylan. I don't necessarily agree with him, but I can see it. I can see reasons you go with Shedeur. I can see both failing because of how this team is being run right now. And so there's no quarterback plan. Right now, I can co-sign with where the Browns are. That's how bad things are. 216-474-0092.
That is the area code.
Is it? I almost went 214, and I was like, that's not the right area code. Would you go to Shedeur Sanders? More from you guys and JP on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 5 words no one wants.
job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
The lead coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We, of course, are talking about Dillon Gabriel. What do you do? I said earlier the best defense of Dillon Gabriel, in my opinion, is it's only 4 games, and over time, if you're a cerebral quarterback, the game should slow down. I don't know that's enough to keep playing him, or rather, I don't know I have a lot of faith right now that that's going to work itself out, but that's the best defense I have of Dillon Gabriel. Do you have one?
No, I don't. I'm out of defenses.
What about they just really suck around him?
Yeah, I know. I tried playing defensive him for a brief moment last week and then immediately regretted that decision, so I'm not going to even dip into that. I'm just going to accept the fact that Dillon Gabriel should not be the quarterback. The Browns don't see it that way, as evidenced by Stefanski's statements. And we're just going to have to ride this thing out.
Stefanski's statements as of now.
Well, yeah. And we got nobody else speaking for the rest of the week.
That's true.
As of today, all we have to go off of until somebody else speaks next week is that Stefanski thinks that Dillon is the quarterback.
That's true. I love the idea that that they went to Andrew Berry at any point. We're like, all right, Andrew, you ready? And he was like, No. I gotta. We got like a little. We're gonna take like a 3-day weekend to Indianapolis.
I hope Naptown. How about Andrew Berry going?
You're gonna go somewhere. You go to Naptown.
To Naptown is the perfect vacation
Everyone
spot
knows.
for him. Yeah, some people go to they go to Maui. They go to an actual tropical island, and he's like, no, you know what? Bring me to Indy. St. Elmo's. Let's get some cocktail sauce.
That's spicy. That cocktail spicy. That cocktail sauce is wildly spicy. You don't see it coming.
And that's enough for Andrew Berry's thrills in life, by the way, is the cocktail sauce at St. Elmo's.
And then they sets his kids
really
up.
Live life on the edge.
Like when Daryl set me up at my first combine trip.
Yeah.
And he sat there. We ordered it, and then he let me take the first prawn and dip it, and then take a big bite, and just was waiting with anticipation to watch me suffer. Same thing with his kids.
I imagine you didn't suffer, right? I imagine you, by all accounts, you tell me what happened. I would think you would be so about not showing any sort of weakness to Daryl that you didn't suffer.
Yeah, the problem is I had a massive sinus infection at the time, so one of the pepper flakes landed on my sinus.
That excuse a lot at St. Elmo's, by the way. I'm dealing with a sinus infection.
No, it cleared my sinuses, and I made it went, and then Daryl laughed, and he laughed. And he laughed.
And then he cried when the bill came.
And then, no.
$47 for shrimp cocktail.
No, he's been there enough. He's a pro. He knew. He got the crying out beforehand. 216-474-0092. What's the best defense of Dillon Gabriel? Let's go with Peter in Brunswick. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you a good defense for Gabriel. He's been in for 4 weeks. I just don't understand why Kevin is so hell-bent on giving Sanders a shot. Here at the end of the year, realistically, if we don't turn it around or there's no signs of life on offense, he's probably going to get fired, right? Him, Andrew Berry, one of the two, maybe both. I hope both at this point. So why would you not want to see what you have in Sanders? If you can bring a spark, I know it's not Kevin's guy, but how can you constantly go into the locker room and tell your guys that you're trying to do everything you can to win when you're putting a quarterback out there that can't throw the ball past 30 yards? Our offense is so bad. Whenever, no motions, we're not getting the ball downfield, 5-yard, dumps. I would love to see how many times, we even, try and script something for downfield. I just don't get it. It makes no sense to me why you're not going to try and see something with Sanders, and I don't know what Kevin's deal is, if he's just going to die on this hill or what. But it's so frustrating as a fan. Going in, watching every Sunday, you got that great scripted drive to start the game, and then after that, it just goes to crap. And then I feel bad for the defense. It's like, what else are they supposed to do? If the locker room isn't lost by now, I don't know how, but just the fact that Kevin goes up there every single time and says, "We got to get better." Yeah, it's frustrating. I got to get better. I got to get better. I'm trying to do the best for my team. No, you're not. Like, why don't you see what the guy has? I just don't get it. It's very frustrating. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. So I think you made this distinction earlier, and I think this is where maybe Shedeur fans get it wrong. I don't think it's that Kevin has some personal dislike of Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kevin was smart enough to see the forest from the trees, that anything Dylan does is going to be compared to the hypothetical of Shedeur, and he wanted, and he being Kevin Stefanski, wanted Dylan Gabriel drafted because he believed in his talent. He believed in what he could do, and he probably didn't have that same belief in Shedeur. So again, that might sound like it's about Shedeur. It's not. It's just Shedeur's biggest crime, I think in the eyes of Kevin Stefanski, is just not being Dylan Gabriel.
He's not his guy, and this is how the NFL works. You have your guys. But I would, if it was me, obviously Stefanski isn't doing this, but if it was me, I would put my ego aside and everything attached to having my guys, and I would just give me the best chance to win games. Winning games will cure everything, and I think Shedeur does that over Dylan at this point, and the sooner he wakes up and realizes that, I think the better chance he has of having success. Now, the only hang-up there, Nick, is that if you go to Shedeur and then you only give him the 4 games that you've given everyone else this year, well, after 12 games, if Shedeur stinks, you're out of options then. Your options then become Deshaun Watson.
Your option goes back to Dylan Gabriel. You can do that. If you think Dylan is suffering because it's just too quick for him, you can go to Shedeur and go back.
I don't know that they would. It would be.
I think Stefanski would in a heartbeat as long as he's still here.
As long as he's still here.
I know it didn't sound great when I said, but it's how it is.
It's not great. None of it's great.
Let's go with Chad in Medina. Chad, welcome to the show, Chad.
Hey guys, how we doing tonight?
Hey, Chad. Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
So I think the only defense of Dylan Gabriel is our line is trash. Our skill positions outside of Judkins are terrible. I mean, it's like Andrew Berry went and sat down and thought, what is the worst possible situation I can put a rookie quarterback in? Oh, this is it. Let's give it a try with not 1 but 2. With that said, I'm a Shedeur Sanders guy. I don't think he could possibly be worse. But if you're looking for a defense of Dylan, it's just you've given him absolutely no opportunity to succeed by the people you put around him.
That is fair.
And it's one we've kind of leaned on. I've made the point at times that you can't have both a bad offensive line and bad wide receivers. I feel like you can have one or the other and still have success. But even like the Jets this last weekend with Justin Fields, they put up almost 40 points, Nick. They have a pretty bad offensive line, and their top 2 wide receivers were both out. No one that was on that field on Sunday with Justin Fields has any amount of actual credibility with the wide receiver position, and he still got to 39. Like there's a lot of quarterbacks week in, week out that are doing it with basically just a bunch of Band-Aid taped together rosters. And so I want to defend Dylan for that right as well. It's not a great spot to be in. I think there's a lot of good quarterbacks that would struggle in this spot as well, like actual good quarterbacks that would struggle with this, but it's also not an excuse I can use at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it boils down to is you cannot replace 10 offensive players. You can't replace a quarterback. And that's a little reductive way of looking at it, but what's easier? Importing all new wide receivers at the trade deadline or trying something else at quarterback?
Yeah, much easier to try something else at quarterback.
It's also, by the way, the kind of reason why you could go to a different play caller. I don't think Tommy Rees is going to do much better job.
Can't do worse.
But you don't know until you see it.
And you really can't do worse. I can't stress it enough. Like, you really can. This offense is historically bad through 8 games. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than continuing to not score over 15 points a game.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys. Is it time for the Browns to move to Shedeur Sanders? I got nothing. I cannot stay. I feel like I need like a week. It's a thought partner retreat. You, me, ayahuasca, Costa Rica, and just maybe at one point we can do like a whiteboard, or maybe it's like Wolf of Wall Street where they just take a bunch of lewds and get really drunk and then have a jam session. If that's the way I can decide where I lean with this quarterback spot.
I thought the whiteboard, we can invite Gruden, and his whiteboard can solve all the problems for us as we do the ayahuasca, etc. And I called it the ayahuasca just for you.
I think he'll come as long as the board is in fact white.
Aren't Quaalude just gone at this point?
I think they're knockoffs. I believe so. I don't think the original.
Is that
ones
what that
are
is?
there. Yeah.
I thought like Quaaludes in general were just like they came and
just stopped.
They came and went basically. Yeah, like they were they're just out of commission essentially.
We'll never know. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. What an ugly NFL Sunday. with Tyler Glasnow towing the rubber for the Dodgers. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
The bye week is here, and the Browns are searching for answers. Which domino will fall first? The most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan. It's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
1 hour to go. Monday Night Football coming up in 1 hour's time. But Nick and JP back with you here on the show. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in 40 minutes time, but let's get to the lead. Browns analyst Nathan Zagura joined us last hour, and he broke down what he saw from Dillon Gabriel's fourth career start.
It's been really tough with Dillon Gabriel. Still not able to push the ball down the field. I think he's, you can tell that his process is sped up, and he's very quick to get the ball out of his hands and to check it down. And I think that, they're going to have to take a real hard look at things over these 2 weeks in terms of the self-scout from a scheme standpoint, and also from, Dillon for himself, because you can't live, he's got the lowest ADOT, which is average depth of target in the NFL among all quarterbacks. You can't live underneath like that. You have got to, at some point, challenge the defense, because what's happened is defenses have condensed the field. And you know how hard it is to operate your offense in the red zone? Well, it's like we're perpetually in the red zone because it's a condensed field where the ball is going to go. That's allowing teams to really stack the box, which is making life hard the last couple of weeks for Quinshon Judkins. So we haven't seen enough good. It was not his best performance. And it was a game where you needed him to be an elevator and to be a part of the reason that you won.
There is one play we have yet to really kind of discuss. It was just a funny little play out of Dillon it was one of those just, wait, this is the supercomputer processor? The one where he just does it, it's almost like a just a little flick of the wrist and just throws it right into the butt of the Patriots player. And it's like, what happened there? How did you, in no world was that even close to a good decision? And it felt like there was like 5 or 6 plays that we could fall under that category of, How did your brain go there? And please make it not go there anymore in the future.
It was very Whedon-esque, which is the closest comparison I can possibly make. But it was just, listen, there were just several moments where the thing that he's supposed to be good at, the one reason he's there, the supercomputer, malfunctioned. And it puts you in a position where I don't know how you go back to that, even if I understand how hard it is to make another quarterback switch just 9 weeks into the season. And I don't think we talk near that quarterback at the instability at the quarterback spot is absolutely a killer. Mm-hmm. And that's the only defense I can really bring of Dillon Gabriel.
It absolutely is a killer. Kevin Stefanski spoke with the media today, was asked about Shedeur Sanders' injury and if he'd give him the opportunity to start following the bye week.
Put him through a pregame warm-up, and obviously just didn't feel like he was ready to play. He's getting better every day, and I'm hopeful that he'll continue to improve.
Why wouldn't you, just to see if it does anything to the offense, give him an opportunity to go in there and play?
Yeah, obviously my focus is where we are right now, Mary Kay. That's not my focus.
Yeah, that's just not a good answer. Between that and him saying everything's on the table, but Dillon's the starter on Sunday, he's either unsure of himself or there are battles behind the scenes that we're not privy to at the moment that I think are in his head as well. And I tend to think it's that last one.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, today he sounded very defeated. I thought yesterday he sounded pretty defeated as well. And again, if you're ever going to sound defeated, I guess now is the right time to sound that way because the fan base is defeated. I'm personally defeated. You sound like you're defeated as well. And it just has a bad vibe around the whole entire thing.
Myles Garrett recorded a career-high 5 sacks yesterday. Despite the historic performance, he showed frustration both on the field and with the media.
I want to win. I don't care how much time is on the clock. They got their starters in. There's a chance we can win. I want to be a part of that. I don't care how dire the situation looks. It doesn't get any easier each week you ask me. So I would throw the whole performance away for a win.
We've not discussed that idea that he was very frustrated and very more so the idea that he was like you ask me every week as if he's almost pleading for them not to ask him. Because if I say this now, maybe you won't ask me next week, and the week after that, and the week after that. Well, guess what, Myles? You put yourself in this situation. But it is interesting that Myles is even getting tired of the same question over and over again now at this point. I don't really care, but that's his stance.
Yeah, I understand Myles' frustration. The questions will change when the results change. And the catch-22 of the situation is the Browns are wasting a generational talent in Myles Garrett. It's not it's a matter of when he goes into the Hall of Fame, not if. He could never play another down again. He's going into the Hall of Fame. And Myles also signed up for this. When he caved on the trade request, when he caved before free agency after 6 weeks of saying he wanted to go somewhere and win, when he gave that up, quite frankly, you are co-signing what you're seeing. So the only other card you have to play now, because you can't get traded, you can't do another trade request. They cannot trade you. Do you hear, Daryl? It's $100 million roughly of a cap hit if you try and trade Myles after that. And that's before we get to the future cap hit, because they've moved money around for a couple contracts for Myles now. So your only other thing you can do now is you can make your voice heard, not just externally. I don't think that does a lot, but sure, keep doing that if you want. But internally, if you don't think Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry are the right guys, tell that to Jimmy Hasslam. Yeah, and if you do think they're the right guys, or one is, one isn't, tell that to Jimmy Hasslam, because that's the power you have now.
Yeah, I was just looking quickly. I just wanted to see exactly what it is. You can do a post-June 1st trade that would still have a lot of money on the books. It'd be $20 million, then $15, then $11, then $8, then $4. You'd be paying off Myles for basically 5 years. It's much more manageable than a pre-June 1 designation. That would be in the $140 million range. But this is what Myles asked for. It is funny because I was on in New England radio last week. I told you they ended the interview being like, "Well, we're keeping our eyes on Myles Garrett," and I had to kind of remind them the idea that Myles does have a no trade clause. So even if you think you're one of those teams that could get there, if the Browns were willing to make some hay in a post-June 1st designation, he's got to then also waive his no-trade clause, and there's just a lot that we have to get to in that discussion. So basically make it a non-starter for the time being, but it is interesting how Myles has put himself into this spot, and he's got nobody else to blame but himself there.
Yeah, and I said that the throwing the helmet, the sitting on the edge of the bench, that feels a little bit performative, as if Myles doesn't want, as Myles wants to distance himself from this. And I think my response is you can't. When you caved on the trade request, when you took the $40 million a year, which, by the way, plenty of people would have done, all right, I would rather take $40 million a year right up front there. Now, in fairness, you've made the point multiple times, he still would have gotten paid if he got traded too.
Yeah, he would have, yeah.
But I that to me isn't leadership. We actually had a call. We never got to get to them, but their point was, well, him throwing his helmet and that is leadership. I'm like, no, it's not.
That's not leadership.
No, that's pouting in public. Leadership is something you do every day to try and make something better. I have no doubt, by the way, that Myles does that stuff, right? But sulking and all that other stuff, that to me is performative, when I think he knew what this team was when I knew what it was.
I know. I think like a lot of Browns fans yesterday, I think Myles, and I'll put myself in this camp because it's only fair. You watch the Miami game and you think maybe you're turning a corner, maybe something's happening, and maybe this team is better than we all thought, and you just have a brief moment in time where you think that, and then you watch a game like yesterday, and it just, you got dog walked. That wasn't even close, and it puts you back into the bottom of the basement. The NFL basement, you're back in there, and that just hits, and it hits hard. Our Browns beat reporter Daryl Ryder joined us at 3:20. He voiced his frustration with Andrew Berry, as it appears that he might break his trend of holding press conferences during the bye week.
They put Dillon Gabriel on the field, and there's no business for Dillon Gabriel to be on the field. And he looks like there's no business for Dillon Gabriel to be on the field. There's no business. He should have been a top 100 pick. I blame the people that hired him. I blame the people that drafted him. I blame the people that told Kevin Stefanski, you're playing Dillon Gabriel. Those are the people, who, by the way, are not going to talk this week. They're hiding in a bunker somewhere. I've never heard of a bye week where there's no media availability. First time in my career, nobody's available. Not the GM, not the head coach, not the players after today, day after a game. I have never heard of that. And that tells you how bad things are with this 2-6 football team. Nobody wants to talk. They don't want anybody to talk. And you know what? The GM should talk because he's the one that constructed this mess.
Daryl's 100% right. Andrew Berry has let Kevin Stefanski, after the Flacco trade, after the Newsom trade, after 4 blowout losses, he's let Kevin Stefanski hang out in the wind there. And I have no choice other than to believe he's doing that to distance himself from Stefanski because, as I think you and I have pointed out for a while now, if things really go south, Kevin Stefanski's the fall guy. That it's as obvious in the play to say, listen, I think Kevin has made a lot of mistakes. I think Kevin preferring Dillon Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders while being an incredibly brilliant offensive mind is one of the most befuddling things I've ever seen. I would take a starting caliber talent with a lower floor over a backup caliber talent with a higher floor 10 times out of 10. Bet on starter talent and see if you can develop them. I don't want to develop backups. I can undrafted free agent find myself a Case Keenum any year that I desire.
Yeah.
That being said, Kevin deserves better than to be left out on an island. He talks 4 times a week, and he gets a lot of tough questions. Now, he sidesteps them all because that's his prerogative. But Andrew Berry not coming out in supporting his head coach by also speaking to the media and hearing from the fans as a part of that is an embarrassing move by Andrew Berry, who I thought was a better leader than that.
I'm trying to figure out the last time that he actually spoke to the media. I know he spoke in late July, and obviously he spoke...
Wasn't in camp?
Well, it had to be. That was in camp, and the late July one was in camp, and that was like the second day of training camp. And so I remember speaking then. Did he speak at any point after that? I can't find any internet record of it. I'm sure there was a time and somewhere.
Cut-downs?
It had to be something, right? Because it does feel odd if he hasn't spoken since July. But I know with certainty he hasn't spoken since the season's gotten underway. And so it's been at least 2 months since hearing from Andrew Berry, and that's a long time. A lot has happened with this Browns team. And would he duck questions? Of course he would. Would he dodge what they have to say? Of course he would. But at least show that you're willing to face the music just a little bit here, Andrew.
Tyvis Powell of the Browns Radio Network was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He came to Kevin Stefanski's defense, saying he doesn't have much to work with offensively.
You can tell, and we knew this. Everybody knew this going into the season. This season, to me, was tested. We're going to find out how good Kevin Stefanski is as a play caller because he has no pieces. And the pieces that he does have is very young. And the question is, how would he be able to get these guys to be successful with these young and maybe not the most talented group? And so far, he's been failing at that because we can't score. But again, it's a tough ask because of the fact that he didn't have any talent to begin with. So I'm not being a Kevin Stefanski apologist, but I think we also can be all real and say he don't have a lot to work with here either.
I like Tyvis, but Tyvis was also in the group of people that was in the 8 to 9 win category for the Browns. So you can't tell me this part of the season, everyone knew what this was and it was coming a mile away. You said 8 to 9 wins, Tyvis. I love you, but that doesn't track really.
Yeah, we get to say we saw this coming from a mile away, and we were sounding the warnings. I don't even want to go there. I just want to come back to the idea of Kevin's in the rooms. If Kevin wanted different talent here at any point, he's the offensive head coach. You think if he had said, I want somebody other than Joe or Kenny, do you think they would have gotten a different quarterback? Because I think they would have. And that goes all the way back the last 6 years. I don't think Kevin gets a pass. Even though he might not handpick the groceries, you can't tell me that he doesn't have say in which groceries get bought and which don't.
They're too much of a collaborative effort to think that he just gets zero say. I mean, I go back to that Sean McVay video, him and Les Need, and McVay is just sitting there and being like, hey, the Puka Nacua guy, I think I can do something with him. And Les is like, him? Yeah, him. I want him. And then they went out and got Puka Nacua, and look at where that's come and where that's gone. You should have a say in that. I think Sean Payton, one of the reasons why the Broncos are as good as they are, as quick as they are, Sean Payton's awesome at evaluating talent, and he's awesome at saying, hey, I want this guy, go get me him. And that's evidenced by all of the late round picks and people that play in directional schools that are on the Broncos right now that are making an impact. I think good head coaches are also in many ways good evaluators, and they can also then have that collaborative effort with their GM, and they can pick out some of the groceries like you described it, and they can do a good job. And in Stefanski's case, on the offensive side of the ball, they've all failed and all fallen short there.
That is the lead. Leadership woes under heightened financial scrutiny. That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you on a Browns Misery Monday. I think we're going with that branding going forward, yes?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah.
Also sounds bad because it's misery, and that's exactly, yesterday did stink in just so many ways. I shouldn't have my expectations up so high, Nick. I really shouldn't, but I felt like Charlie Brown with the football yesterday.
But here's the thing that was the real kick in the you-know-what. The expectation was competitiveness. That's what I think, and ultimately, what upset me so much about that game was it didn't have to be a blowout. And between Kevin Stefanski and Dillon Gabriel, their hubris, or maybe it's just lack of ability to do their damn job, whatever it was, it just fell flat on their face. And that actually is where I will sympathize with anybody in that Browns locker room who felt frustrated yesterday or wanted to slam their helmet, is it's like, that didn't have to be a blowout, and it was because of like 2 or 3 people on that team, one of which being Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, I just feel like I get myself so excited for these games every week, and then we do so much time talking about it, and we find out all the angles, and we really unearth the fun storylines and everything, and then it seems like more often than not in the second quarter, I'm just sitting there being like, what an idiot I am. What's happening here? And not even in this game. This game at half, it was actually somewhat close, but then it just kind of got away from you. And there's way too many times in these games, I'm just at the end of it thinking, what am I doing? This team isn't competitive.
Well, and I think that's the word, competitiveness. Like, inevitably, one, I think everyone took the Jimmy Hasslam comments in the Rossini piece to be like a vote of confidence, meaning like a stamp of approval. As if we've forgotten this town that vote of confidence is something you get 4 weeks before you get fired. Like that, like in the NFL, more times than not, when the owner comes out and gives you a vote of confidence, it's a poison pill. That's what you're saying in that moment, but that's really just meant to see if you can buy time to get back to playing winning football. And so my beef is not 2-6. I don't love 2-6. I've been 2-6 enough in my life. Would like to be 6-2. Would like to be 6-7.
6-7.
Come on, chuckle. Oh, huh? He caught it. Oh, I caught it. That's for the YouTube folks. You guys know what you're doing. But it's not about 2-6. It's about 4 blowouts in 8 losses. And that is where my fury comes from. Because I don't think it has to be this lopsided. Are you untalented? Or do you lack elite talent on offense? Yeah, I think you got Harold Fannin Jr., maybe David Njoku, and Quinshon Judkins. I think Jerry Jeudy is better than we're seeing, but that's not saying much. Are you held back by the quarterback position on a significant level? Yes. Do I think you should be scoring more than 14 points a game? Also, yes.
Yeah, probably shouldn't be losing your 12th straight road game either. Might want to figure out why you can't win away from Huntington Bank.
Yeah. So it's just, to me, it's about competitiveness. And so I chuckled, guys, when I saw people on Twitter being like, well, that's it. Jimmy gave him a vote of confidence. I guess we'll talk about it next year. It's like, what? He said this before a game, which they could lose, and then they happened to lose in a tremendous order.
It just happened in such a bad way. Keith, by the way, just sent us a text. It's Albert talking with Connor Orr, and he is making the case why the Browns should seriously consider trading Myles Garrett, and says he's not trolling. So Albert will be on with us tomorrow. He can work through the ramifications of all that.
Or that'd be a bit. If my name was Connor Orr, it'd be like, hey, Connor, you should trade Myles Garrett. Or
I'm going to need more of Connor to join the program.
Ooh, and/or. Not Andor, which is a Star Wars show. And space. Or.
Sure.
No, or.
Connor, sure.
This is what
He's just
happens.
agreeable, Connor. Hey, we're having fun.
And this is why I think the Republicans are right. Sure. And this is why I think the Democrats are right. Sure.
Also sure.
And let me tell you why the prequel Star Wars movies didn't suck. Sure.
He's just a bobblehead at this point.
But not Connor Orr.
No, never him.
No.
Never him.
Is that his name basically implies he's Connor well actually. Hey, we're having
fun.
Now, you know who doesn't have fun in certain environments?
A lot of people, from what I've been told.
I know, that was like the most open-ended.
A lot of people don't
I've
have
got
fun
plans
in
until I have plans. That's not the
certain
plan
environments.
until it is the plan.
Yeah, all right, who doesn't have fun in certain environments?
Well, let me tell you, JP.
Yeah?
Turns out, not only is Jax clown avoidant, like our very own Mac Robinson.
So we need to get Jax a clownitude as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Now, I pitched that. Mac seemed very clownitude positive. Would that help you get over your fears?
I don't think so.
Why not? It's a great idea.
You're not confident enough, too. You said, I don't think so, which means you're open to the idea that maybe it could just work.
Yeah.
It depends. I don't know if I should.
Not the same clownitude.
No.
We'll get you different clownitudes.
We're not getting to BOGO.
No.
Yeah.
We'll get you different. Scarlett Johansson, then like.
Okay, so again, like there is a woman who, if she was a clownitude, you would be in on it.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, then you're not afraid of clowns. You're just clown avoidant.
No, because not every clown looks like Scarlett Johansson.
Well, yes, but you only avoid most clowns, not all clowns. I think we've really gotten to the bottom of this.
That was a Stretch Armstrong there. I felt like I don't know if that's how that works.
Okay, he doesn't hate all clowns. He just hates all clowns
I think
that
he just
aren't
likes
built like Scarlett Johansson.
I think he likes Scarlett Johansson more than he likes anything. Is the synopsis there?
Which means we can cure him of his clown avoidant nature.
He's open to it. That is the point. He is open to it in a way that maybe Mac wasn't.
I think Mac was. I think Mac was. Yeah. I think he just needed time to normalize.
You just want to see if you pay for it at the end of the day?
I think so. I think he was driving a hard bargain.
This guy buys me lunch. Maybe he'll also buy me that clownitude.
It's like when Kevin Stefanski said Dylan's still the starter. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
There was a maybe implied there by. All right, so maybe on clownitudes, no on haunted houses?
Absolutely no on haunted houses.
Even if there was a clownitude that looked like Scarlett Johansson.
That's like the pot at the end of the rainbow. Is that what that is?
It's a way of describing it, sure. All right, why don't you like haunted houses?
A very easy person to scare, and that's all that a haunted house is trying to get. I've been to one in my life, and it was one of the worst experiences of my life.
You do give off easy to scare vibes, and I am also easy to scare, so I can go ahead and I can just confirm that. It's not a bad thing. It just is what it is.
I've been to Halloween's 3 times. I leave before it gets dark because I'm not.
I'm not that scared. So wait,
I'm a real man.
Is the dark is what scares you?
No, I don't need people jumping out at me when I can't see. And no,
You
I'm
are
there to get on roller coasters and have a good time.
Now, are you Are you worried that you'll reflexively just punch one of them in the face?
100%.
Yeah, that's also a fear that I have too. I don't even punch people in the face like that, but it is a fear I have.
Oh, I'm going to knock someone out. No, I just would feel bad because they're just doing their job.
When was the last time you went to a haunted house?
Sophomore year of high school, so like 6-7 years ago.
6-7. That's for the parents out there. Your kids, your
I
kids
walked
love it.
right into that.
You did. I've been doing it all weekend, and then I get that from my kids. Now, I didn't know if you caught it.
At some point, I got to start throwing it to you over there.
Oh, we got it. That's all for the YouTube.
All YouTube. We love the YouTube.
Now, getting back to it, you know it's not real, right?
Yeah, that doesn't matter to me. Like, me getting scared is very real. That feeling I have getting scared is real.
But if you know it's not real, I think that's the problem that I have.
I know Marvel movies aren't real, but I very much enjoy them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But I don't get scared by scary movies either. Do you get scared by scary movies?
I won't watch them.
I think like it is going to be your everything in fear. Yeah. Okay.
So I have to have this conversation. The reason why I'm grilling you is not just that I'm judging you, although I am judging you. It's not just that. It's that Vanessa is deathly afraid of these things as well, and I don't get it. Like when we were walking through I don't remember the name of the damn thing in Canton, I was not trying to take the thrill out of scaring people from the people trying to scare people. But I did because I was like, hey, I saw your hand. You can't tip me off like that. Like, you're not going to scare me if I just kind of see you kind of moving casually as a dark shadow over there. I'm going to figure out that you're there. Honestly, I went there. I don't think any of them were actually that good at their job.
Also, how do I know one of these haunted house workers aren't actually like a crazy person and they're actually going to like...
You don't know that. That's a good point by you.
Yeah, because they haven't. And why would they start with you?
No, that's a good point by Nick.
That's just my luck.
What does that even mean?
I hate haunted houses. Everybody's like, "Oh, come on, they're not that bad. You should go."
They're actually a totally normal person that just sees you and goes, something tells me I got to stab this kid.
Out of the hundreds that go through there, you're the one.
Yep.
You really think high of yourself there, don't you? I think high of you, so I don't hate you thinking high of yourself. So Jax, I feel like you take in Halloween the way I take in Halloween in many ways, where parts of the holiday is optional. I like Halloween. I like kids dressing up and then going to the houses and stopping at the front door, and I get to give them a bunch of candy. Like, all that stuff is fun. I like my own kids dressing up. Like, that part's great. I don't really like the scary parts as much. No, it's optional. It's part of the holiday. I'll just kind of bypass. Everyone else can have their fun with it. It's just not for me.
I just don't think it's scary. I think that's what kills me is. Like, and there are, like, I don't like loud noises, so that should hypothetically, a little sensory, so like, when somebody put their hand in my face, I don't love that, but it's not scary. Like, I don't recall the last time, I think the last time I was scared at a haunted house was when I was like 5 years old and we went on a haunted hayride and nobody told me that they were just actors and they weren't going to kill me. I was pretty convinced at 5 they were going to. I think that's the last time.
You might just be #built different.
Yeah, I think that's what. Well, no, I think most people agree with me. Like, I think it's fun. I think it's like, ooh, will somebody scare me? That's like the thing.
I don't think being scared is fun.
That's how I look at it too. It's not fun for me.
Thing.
I'm not even really that scared of it. It's just not fun for me.
Yeah,
it's just at the end of all the things I could be doing with my time and having fun, having somebody else try to scare me just isn't at the top of that list.
So many better things to be doing.
I think it's more like a cat and mouse game. Because, like, I'm an adult now. I know I have the logical thing that you're not actually going to hurt me. So now it's, can you just outsmart me? That's what I like. That's the cat and mouse game of, like, can you hide behind that wall and wait just for me? See if you can wrangle you up a big bastard to be scared, right? Nobody could do it in this last week. Again, we only went to one haunted house, so we only went to one of the places, and then Vanessa was out. So this is a fact-finding mission for me.
So this is like Tom and Jerry for you?
Yeah. You really gotta really work it to get me.
Are we back
and nobody
on the
worked hard enough. Nobody
realized.
realized.
Back on the Scarlett Johansson clownitudes.
Well, that's Jax. Are you back in on the clownitudes?
I mean, that's much better than a haunted house.
Okay.
I don't think
See, again,
left.
We're starting to negotiate here. 216-474-0092. I'm just curious, how many people out there are just not scared by them? I want to know if I'm the psychopath because I don't find them that scary. And I could be a psychopath for another reason. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Clear skies overnight tonight, low of 43.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Final segment of today's show. We got Monday Night Football coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Want to say a big thanks to Daryl Ryder, who would like you to know he was right about Dillon Gabriel. As if there was some Dillon Gabriel movement in Cleveland to push back on. Also, Nathan Segura. I forgot all the Dillon Dingers out there who just stand for Dillon Gabriel. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it does kind of really feel like you're taking a victory lap in a 99 versus 1 man march.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. You and I were on this train in April.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not recall Daryl being on this train in April, though I could be wrong. But that was like 7 months ago or 6 months ago. Time's a flat circle. And also Nathan Segura, who joined us at 5 today. Great stuff with him. Browns analyst. He joins us every single Monday. I almost said Friday. Monday at 4:40 today. Joined us at 5. But before we get to Monday Night Football, before we end the show, we must go here. It's time for In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with the Jets quarterback, Justin Fields. They got the big win over the weekend, and it oddly enough, I think Joe Flacco ends up being injured at the end of this game. He is now day-to-day moving forward, but his stat line was outrageous. But Justin Fields played a hell of a game after a week where the owner came out and said all sorts of nasty things about Justin, etc., and this was Fields in the post-game presser. Here we go.
It's been a lot for me, emotionally, spiritually. When I was on the field, I was damn near about to start crying. Not because we won, but just because of the goodness of God. And, worked for the greater good. Everything that I've been through this past week, everything that we've been through as a team these past 7 weeks. This week, I found myself in my closet crying on the ground, laying down. Not because of the hardships, not because of the troubles. I felt like, I was built to handle that, and I was put in place to handle this situation.
I just thought it was really vulnerable of him to be like, I was crying in the closet on the floor, and now here I am, and I'm victorious.
I love it. I will say, it was because of the hardships. You can admit that it was because of the hardships. So you had a moment of weakness. I was there when he said at the end there, he's like, not because of the hardships. Well, why else would you be crying?
He's trying to like make it not sound as if it wasn't Woody Johnson putting him in a verbal body bag and him having no real response back. And it's like, it's okay. But then if you're Woody Johnson, you have to feel like an absolute. I don't think that he ever feels like a piece of crap because he just doesn't have emotions.
No, he's a pharma Nepo baby.
But he needs to feel like an absolute piece of crap after understanding that he put Justin Fields through all that. So I was happy for Justin Fields and happy that he got the win.
I loved Justin Fields' message because I think as guys we can always hear, we can always stand to hear more vulnerability, right? Vulnerable doesn't mean weakness. It just means ability to share whatever struggle you're dealing with in a human, relatable way.
Grown men do cry, Mr. Lebowski.
Well, you had to take it there. But I guarantee you somewhere Woody Johnson is taking credit for this.
No,
being like,
I motivated him.
Yep, I motivated and by the way, Justin wouldn't have had 244 yards and a touchdown without me. I guarantee you, that guy who had inherited his fortune because he's like the 4th generation of pharma scions from the original Johnson & Johnson. I guarantee you that guy thinks he created water.
Now, do we think that he was in the closet because it was like an R. Kelly trapped in the closet type situation? How do you, or does he have a big walk-in that then he was on the ground with, or did he put himself into, like, my closets aren't big walk-in closets, I just have standard closets. Did he open the door and then put himself in it and then close the door behind him to then make it even darker? Is that what happened?
I think it might have been he was already in the closet for another reason. And then,
so of all places, I don't know how you end up crying in the closet.
Maybe he's a shoe guy. He's got like 30 pairs of shoes. He was picking out shoes, and then he felt the emotion come on.
It's not really fair if you have one of those walk-in closets that are basically the sizes of our bedrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that point, it's like, all right, you're not really in the closet.
I think it might have
you're
been
basically in a room that is a closet.
I think maybe he was just picking out his clothes for the day and then felt that emotion come. You can't control when negative emotions or positive emotions come to you.
Just a little detail that I thought was interesting.
I think he probably would have done better for himself if he didn't mention the closet, because then we all get hung up on like, well, why were you there?
Yeah, what happened?
What kind of closet is it? Is it like a shoe closet? Is it like a coat closet? Like what kind of closet walk in? Is it
that could be a cramped closet?
The 2-story closet.
Well, that's even sadder if it's like one of those like a Harry Potter type closet, and it seems like he's like just like barely in there, and he's crying.
I was thinking the other way. I think it's funnier the bigger the room is, right? Like if it's a 2-story closet with like racks and just all of his $1 million stuff around him, and then you break down visually, that is more comedic than a small closet. Small closet is like you went in there to cry, which you should feel safe enough to cry in any room, right?
I would think so.
Yeah,
I would hope so.
Brian Kelly has been let go by LSU after getting smacked around by Texas A&M 49-25 on Saturday. Kelly went 34-14 in 3+ years in Baton Rouge, but never made the playoffs. Get ready for this take. Put it on Twitter. I'll put it here now.
Okay.
Penn State should hire Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly would be better than any coach they've had in the last 20 years, including the last 12 years of Joe Paterno. I think he would get you where you want to go, even though it still wouldn't be better than Ohio State.
From what I've heard is that he wanted to go to the NFL at the very end of the Notre Dame time, and it was NFL or bust, essentially, and the NFL didn't want him. And then LSU came. He was going to retire. And then LSU just came and offered him a boatload of money, and so he went and took the boatload of money. And I think I would be shocked if he ends up taking the Penn State job, the Florida job, any of these jobs. I think he's spent. I think he's done with it all. I don't see him taking another job.
I think he should go to Penn State.
Okay, then. All right. And also, personally, I just root against him as well.
Yeah, it's funny. He's just kind
of a crappy human.
My brother Aaron had put something on his Facebook like, and Brian Kelly just got fired, like thumbs up. And I was just like, out of curiosity, why don't you like Brian Kelly? And he sent me 10 things. I
was going to say, it's not hard to come up with a bunch of different examples for why not.
I didn't know if it was like specific things. It was like the kid at Notre Dame, or if it was how he left Notre Dame, or any of this other stuff. And it was all 10 reasons you could hate Brian Kelly for. He hated Brian Kelly for. Don't let any of that distract you from the fact he's actually a good football coach.
No, he is a good football coach. I think he's a bad human, but he's a good football coach. And if I'm Penn State, that's a good hire, no question.
It's got to be better than Matt Campbell or Matt Rule, right?
No, he'll win. I don't know that he's going to. I think he'd probably give you the same output you just got at LSU, where you're always a top 25 team, you're in conversations, and that's more than good enough for Penn State at a consistent level.
The difference is, I think at Penn State, I think you're going to have 2 less losses a year because your in-conference schedule just isn't stacked the same way.
He is, and he is a Big Ten or Midwest coach.
I was thinking either Michigan State or Penn State.
LSU wasn't the right fit because he's not anyone that should have ever gone and coached in the South.
Family.
That's how you knew it was over. You knew it was over, and that beginning was so bad and so not right. It never stood a chance.
Do you think he tanked it at LSU?
I don't know about tanked it, but that is a sweet parting gift, right? It's $60 million, another $50-60 million. And I made the case already. I think he wants to be golfing and not playing or not coaching anyway. So maybe he really did just get tired of it all. Because that's what you do, right? At the end of it. Now, the weird part is that everyone at Notre Dame was always like, get him a quarterback and he could make it work. Mm-hmm. You had Jaden Daniels, you had Nussmeier, you had quarterbacks, and he wasn't able to make it work.
Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren on the YouTube channel, on the producing. Big thanks to Jake Volnick. Big wage on the 2020s. I think this was a highly successful Monday show, my friend.
Highly successful, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
We will. We didn't want to get into it right now because we got a full show tomorrow. We'll get into Connor Orr's thoughts on Myles Garrett and trading Myles Garrett. And I actually have a trade that would fix the Browns' offense. And I don't know it cost you a single first-round pick or second-round pick.
I'm intrigued.
Look at that. So that's what you're going to get tomorrow, guys. Great stuff out of JP. Appreciate you, buddy.
Had fun. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. talking all the big things with the Browns there. Stay tuned to Monday Night Football.